อันนี้ Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Championship. And my name is Contra. Here with me is Tash Bunny. That's going to be bringing you through all of the matches for the evening. Sorry for a little bit of waiting time from, it's just a little bit of hiccup from me. And now we're going to be moving over to what's on the program for today. But before all of that, of course, Tash, is a great week. And we got a whole lot of things to introduce to all of you guys who are eager to see the chicken dinner.
I'm really excited as well as we go into this week. But first, let's talk about a new Royal Pass available right now. Now, if you guys haven't got this yet, what are you doing? Play to earn as you get all of these really cool cosmetics, especially the Mousy Knockout Backpack, which is honestly my favorite.
That's right, and of course, you can have faith in yourself when you secure your hands on the Bruce Lee skin, and it's for limited time only where you can basically be the martial arts master himself and to join all these martial arts showdowns in PUBG Mobile. So, with that said, you definitely want to kick it like the legend himself. So with that, there's also even more for you guys to check out other than, the brand new Royal Pass as well as the Bruce Lee collaboration, because PUBG Mobile's always got your back.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that we are going to be seeing Bruce Lee again, but let's talk a little bit about what we can expect for today. But before that, don't forget to follow us on all of our social medias. Based on your countries, you can find us on the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Myanmar, as well as Cambodia, on both YouTube as well as TikTok. We're also on Facebook as well, if you guys didn't know. Follow us for the latest news. Now, let's talk a little bit about today. So today is very exciting because this is week number 2. This is where teams start to wake up. This is where teams start to really figure out what they can bring to the table. Week 1 was the icebreaker week, understanding the rotations, understanding team play, and understanding how each team plays. Regardless, let's have an overview of this tournament, where last week, as well as we had 5 matches per day in 20 teams. Now, we're going into week 2, where we still are having 5 matches per day, where we are going to see a change in the groups.
That's right. We're going to be looking at the final week for them to really contend to secure themselves the top 16 spot itself, and therefore every matches will be extremely crucial for them to get those bonus points to lead their way into the grand finals. So with that being said, we'll be having the play day from today all the way to the 26th, and then we'll prepare ourselves for week 3. Now, once again, let's elaborate the format for the 2023 PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring, where only the top 1 team will get that direct seeding to the next stage itself, and they will be joining by the number 1 seed of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, as well as Vietnam to play in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. I love the brand new circuit because this is absolutely fresh, and I'm just eager to see who will be our representative here in the wildcards.
Okay, so I'm really excited because we have the weekly bonus, and we have the total bonus and the initial bonus as well. Now, this actually encourages teams to have a different style of gameplay, not to play too safe, play just nice to get these bonuses because number one, playing consistent will give you those extra points. Number two, you can basically snowball based on these placements as well. Now, the reason why I say consistent is because you don't really need to get a chicken dinner in order to play consistently. Ending each game with at least 10 points, 8 to 10 points can bring you pretty far given the fact that you have enough placement points as well as kill points. But let's have a look at the groups this week where we have a reshuffle where FOD, FVE, APG, and SP in Group A, SKQ, YG, VPRS, and Axis in Group B, WPM, Sin, GLab, and BG in Group C, Group D for Enigma, GE, FCON, and H2O, and for Group E, KE, OSA, TX, and PBE. Now, what do you think of these, I would say, these shuffles?
Well, I really am very interested to really see how they have been able to really read what really happened on the past weekend. And overall, these are the bonus points where FOD has been leading the charge as we see so many powerhouse team coming in from Group A as well as Group B itself. And of course, follow closely, it's going to be SKR that did manage to secure himself a second place finish despite only having one chicken dinner. And they are very similar to Enigma when it comes down to the number of chicken dinners to hit into the top 5. KE, however, somehow managed to frack their way out to make it to the top 5, as this is the Cambodian team that's going to be inching closely to their brothers at FOD.
Now, moving into the second half, I'm really interested to see now in rank 11, 12, even 14, 15, and lastly 19, we have seen teams with chicken dinners. And I think it's really important to talk about how the last two teams at the bottom can have a chicken dinner, but because of their inconsistent gameplay, did not make them snowball or climb their way to the top. Now, we have seen some potential in these teams, especially coming from BG, who has had a really good streak, PBE as well. Now, the wildcard teams this week, the leaders coming on top is 5 of Danger. We have John, also Migs, and Koopa. And I think that throughout the entire week 1, we saw their names come up a lot on the kill feed, especially John in terms of getting those eliminations. Migs, we didn't really see his name full out on the eliminations between him and Mitch, but in terms of damage, Migs have been really, really sharp with that damage. It doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't getting kills. It was because he wasn't able to get those knocks. Now for Koopa, I think that in terms of assisting his teammates has been key. If you see how he played, it was coming in from the side, providing support, as well as making sure that his teammates can stay very much alive.
That's right, and we're hoping to actually see the similar faces to be able to bring that same level of performance as we did in the past week itself, as FOD definitely has to rely on John as well as all their respective members to be on duty. Now, match 1 will be moving into Sanok, as it'll be involving groups B, C, D, as well as E, and then on match 2 as well as 3 onwards will be headed to Erangel. And in the first Erangel, we'll see Group B missing out in action, and then Group E will take a break on match 3, as we will eventually hit into Myanmar later on. Now, before we get our way into Sanok, these are the teams to look out for with the most points being accrued, and KE has been able to take the most elimination points, playing ultra aggressive from the beginning all the way to the end in order to reap those rewards. However, they have yet to find that chicken dinner. Today, is it going to be the day for KE to finally nail that in the bag? And then, of course, it was followed by Enigma, Asia Esports, as well as WPM to be taking the top 4 positions as well, where you see in terms of performance, they're pretty much similar, except for the fact that, you know, Enigma was the closest one to catch up against KE.
I think what's really important to remember about these 4 teams is the fact that their play style has been very, very similar when it comes to Sanok and how they play and how they work. And I think it's really cool to talk about as well that we were talking about healer games. We were thinking about how exactly they were to approach each round and each game, but for Sanok, it feels like everyone is playing a more proactive role in not only taking out drop spots, taking these early fights and making sure that they can loot up for these more aggressive plays. So we know that the more resources you have, the more aggressively you can play, the more you can kind of take your time in the blue zone because you can heal a little bit and go inside of the circle. And we also know that for Sanok, why it's so important to go aggressive is that you want to be able to take up that space in the middle of the circle. You want to be able to to get that compound as the circles become smaller, because as we know, it's a very small map. Like it or not, you do need to take out the enemy.
Yeah, and overall, like, I can see that the playstyle has definitely shifted as compared to, previous seasons of the past couple of PMPLs across the globe, where most often than not, you see teams that have secured the most amount of medical tools will be able to outlast everybody else. Now, I think, like, with the pressure of the blue zone being a little bit more painful, and with more things in consideration, they should not loiter too long on the outskirts, and of course, play for position instead, like you said. So long as you have been able to find a great spot, a vantage point up the hills, or it could be somewhere through the villages, that can actually establish control throughout the zone, they'll be having the biggest of advantage to secure that chicken dinner. And even for those that are not around the circle, we've also seen teams that were sweeping by the edges, looking for every single elimination points possible. And I think, like, there's multiple ways that they could basically play around this. So I hope that all the 16 teams that are currently on board for this stand-up match will be eventually getting themselves that upper hand. So maybe it might just be a little bit of a change of stance of who's going to be leading the bracket throughout the course of the week.
Now, I did say that it was the understanding of how the gameplay is done from last week, understanding the rotations, but at the same time, this might also be another test in itself because of the shuffles happening from week 1 to week 2. You may have already been playing Sanhok with another team, and now with this shuffle, you might be seeing other teams coming into the mix. So it's also a matter of whether or not you're able to... I always talk about understanding rotations, but at the same time, when you are in a situation where you're not able to understand the rotations, not really able to understand each team's gameplay, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna adjust? And I'm really liking, like, some of these teams, especially for KE. I feel like they have some really good mid-round adjustments on which team they want to take, which team they don't want to take, how early do they want to play aggressive or not. Because some teams, they do want to play aggressive, but it's always very, very calculated. Other than understand that they're able to take up this team. And I think for a lot of situations, because you don't know who you are meeting in the game, how each team kind of decides they want to take a fight or not is 1, their positioning, 2, whether or not they have the high ground advantage, 3, whether or not they can actually play around each other, playing the, I would say, containment or containing the team into different areas, isolation. Number 4, resources is key. But now, looking at what we want to remember later, I want to talk to you about your predictions.
Yeah, and of course, with the predictions to pave way for what we do expect coming into our matchup for this evening, let's of course go through with my first few picks here.
Hey, we matchy!
I'm going to be looking at some of all these names here. Enigma has been showing up, and I think, like, when it comes down to their firepower, they do offer a whole lot more. And I think, like, Power did make certain adjustments hitting throughout the week, and Genesis has been pretty lethal, especially in South Sanhok, but they're still looking for their way out. I'm hoping that they will be basically finding their ways to bounce up to chase against the top 4 performers of Sanhok.
Okay, now for me personally, I think YG has been performing from day 1 all the way till now. There are situations where they did get knocked out early, but I think they have really good round recoveries as well. So I think this is definitely a team to look out for. I mean, they are definitely not the newest team around. I think they have the experience, so I think they'll be able to come out really strong. This one, WPM as well, very aggressive, and I'm really liking their rotations and how exactly they are on a mission to get as many eliminations as possible, and it's worked out so well for them. The same goes for GE, but the problem with GE as well, if you look at GE and Enigma, they've been having the same rotation areas, and it feels like it's a 50-50 between them. Sometimes it's always GE winning, sometimes it's Enigma winning, and I'm really curious to see who exactly will be coming on top this week, whether it's going to be still a 50-50, or will finally one team can, like, come on top above the rest.
True enough, and everybody's looking to be able to beat Five of Danger's feat back in week 1, where they have already established 20 points to move into the grand finals. And, West Point Mamba as well have been able to just show up really consistently, and I'm just really proud of all these teams from the SEA Wildcards that have been able to really show up so strong. Back in a couple of seasons ago, you always look at a few names to be powerhouses and staples of heading into, the SEA finals most of the time. Like, you see old guards like Yangon Galactico still performing pretty strong, but this season itself, with those change of rosters, they're definitely going through a little bit more of that adjustment to get back to their glorious form. But I'm certain that they'll eventually get there throughout the course of the week. So I'm just hoping that, whoever's going to take the top spot, they'll be able to do the SEA Wildcard proud.
I think it's also really cool the fact that we do have some newer names here. And for Oxys, I think that last week we were just talking about how they're not able to move from the bottom spot. And then coming into this week, I think toward the end of the week, they managed to get themselves a chicken dinner. And honestly, this is why I love Battle Royales, because anything can happen. And in those situations there, how can these, I think, lower or these newer teams adapt and kind of play? Because some teams, they lack that competitive experience. And this competitive experience can really show in terms of their mental, how they play, how they work. And I'm really curious to see whether or not Oxys will be able to maintain that momentum as well. Number two, really figure things out. Because it feels like for them, I think their biggest, I would say, obstacle last year was communication, rotations, as well as the proactivity, because they allow Baby to go on the aggressive early, she goes down, and on top of that, we don't see her push every time Baby manages to get one pick. So I'm really hoping for a change in that pacing.
Yeah, and I believe that they should be amping things up because they desperately need those points when it comes down to what they performed back in week 1, so that they could get extra bonuses headed into this weekend and then secure themselves an advantage on that top 16 when it comes down to the grand finals. Now, we only got less than a minute before we move into our first matchup, and excited to see when it comes down to this match in particular. FOD will not be involved, so there's ample of opportunities for most of all these teams to really play catch up when it comes down to those points. Of course, this being a brand new week, all the points are resetted back to 0. So it's a fair game for everybody on board. But I'm still keeping my eyes on Team SKR because they can be pretty lethal heading into this pack. Yango Galacticus is on board. There's Vipers and so many names. I'm pretty sure that all of you guys watching right there will be pretty excited to see what goes down. So Tash, 10 more seconds and we're ready to head into the islands.
I'm really curious to see who comes out on top. Can we have a new King of Sanhok is the question. But ladies and gentlemen, let us have our eyes on the screen right now. Okay, now coming into Sanhok, it's gonna be an east to west flight zone. Was it west? Yep, east to west. And this is where things get serious. I mean, as usual, smaller map means no problem hopping into the places you want to go to. But we did see coming into trends from last week that the hotspots have always been Paradise Resorts, Camp Alpha. I saw a lot of teams actually dropping toward, I would say, Ruins and Hainan as well. So let's see who will come up on top. Early fights definitely going to be a thing. But at the same time, whether or not these teams are going to be having a three-way fight early, because at the end of the day, if we have a three-way fight early, either one team comes out on top or all teams end up broken.
That's right, and now at least it's pretty much an even distribution coming from majority of these areas, whereas I'm still looking at around the corners of that Paradise Resort to eventually have a little bit more scuffles. Meanwhile, GameLab as well as DX, they're just flowing pretty close by to each other. GameLab decides to go on a 2-2 split across the wide areas of Mongnai, as they are going to be wrapping things around Camp Bravo as well. And if they were to go further up ahead, there's also Yangon Galacticos. This is a relatively interesting situation for the teams of the Philippines because they could be having a little bit of trouble, especially now with the circle appearing across Alpha section.
Oh man, I really love this, I would say, not usual mainland circles as we go into a smaller circle. Those moving in between islands has been one of the biggest problems for a lot of these teams. Now with Austria actually taking these sort of situations where we have 2-on-2, it allows us to cover a lot of areas at the same time. They don't really have to move too much. They can just move toward each other when time comes. But for Skynin, we always know that he's always been, like, I would say, I wouldn't say the black sheep, but he's always been the one to move alone, play as aggressively as he wants, and also the reason why he's kind of like the playmaker for the team, right? Because he's the one always initiating, taking up that space, playing aggressive, and I really like seeing that from him. He's like such a very proactive player that really points his team in the right direction.
Yeah, and also Astro X previously had so much of an great time gaining experiences from Orange Esports some years ago, where he's definitely learned a whole lot, and I do believe that he does have a lot to offer towards his respective new group in particular. As for Falcon, of course, they've been having certain dips of performance, and this team really requires a little bit more of that momentum to get up ahead. Same goes to Burby's goals as well. We saw them having such a slow start on the past weekend, then you start to see them really pick up the pace heading to the later stage of the week.
I think like one big problem that we've seen from BG was the overheat. The slow start, and then suddenly we're like, whoa, BG, so much potential. They were what, on a rampage? 3 teams in a row they managed to steamroll last week. And I was so shocked to see that. I was so excited. It was just like, yeah, the rise of the underdog. And suddenly they overheated. And I think that for these teams, they need to really understand that when you take so many fights in a row, it's not about the reset only. It's also about that resource management. You run out of smokes, you run out of flashes, you run out of your bandages, your bullets as well. So it's really important to allow yourself to kind of take it slow sometimes. And it's okay to retreat and get out of there. But I think in the sense for BG as well, like, it was in an unfortunate situation when you remember, because other teams were sort of drawn into their fight, and here comes our first pick already. It's going to be speed onto GE.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit of long-range tap coming in from Viper as they're already swarming in with a buggy, moving towards the top end of the villages. Viper will still have Spat on the lookout as they draw the attention of Master Ichi away. This widespread coming in from Viper is just working in favor, and they do get a knock on Zaya as well as West.
Question mark GE. A team that we talked about going aggressive here, going aggressive toward the Viper. Smile is making still happen, but Smile not gonna go long here as DJ does get picked off here by Ichi as well. DJ also manages to send 2, 3 players to the lobby. And GE is in trouble as Vipers is the one to come out on top this week. Vipers just showing us new week, new playstyle.
Yeah, and I just absolutely love this team to bits on that form of execution. It just shows so much confidence that they are just so ready to basically outplay everybody else. Just one strike was all it takes, and you saw how quickly they reacted into that situation itself. Now they do back in those 4 pointers ahead, and it definitely does feel bad for the team that just got wiped out early on, because it felt like there was not much of a response being given from GE.
Oh yeah, I think it's more of just it's not really not of a response, but they were caught off guard is number one. And immediately you saw Vipers just push in. And that's a very classic aggressive playstyle. We did not see that from the Vipers last week. We saw flashes of it. But this week it seems like they had already had a game plan in mind. They took that time off to really figure out what went wrong. And I really like, I would say, these changes coming in from these teams as you start to see them change in dynamics as how exactly they want to play the game. And on top of that, the fact that they were able to overcome GE, a team that tends to take so many teams in a row, very, very aggressive, and take them out is very fun to see as well. It's very refreshing. But speaking of that, BG gonna go for a little ride in the blue zone. Wondering where exactly, what kind of land they're gonna look for eventually.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to make a big rotation to the smaller island, I think.
And they're driving really far offshore so that they could basically wrap around into the alpha section of the island. And I believe that this will keep them safe only for the time being. Because I believe that, of course, with everybody on the boat, you don't really want to take that risk. But it seems like there's one player missing off of this territory. They will be having him perhaps on another boat. So they will be separated for the time being.
Sit like, nah, I have seasickness, bro. I'm a walk.
Wait a minute.
Wait, is he taking another boat or is he swimming?
I wonder, can we get a zoom in on this guy? Okay.
AW.
I guess like he's just gonna swim.
Did you hear about the guy who swam around the world? Well, he tried to.
Tell me about it. We got time. We got time.
He just swam around the world. That's all I know.
I will never attempt to do that, and I guess May.W will have to try to swim
PUBG
across.
Mobile has sharks. Imagine.
If there is, I mean, I'll be worried for these guys. Now, Sin has already spotted a boat incoming to rescue May.W, and the rest of Sin, they're already keeping their eyes on the coastal shores, so perhaps they might just be able to find that 4 pigs. But it's still a pretty wide angle. Just look at how far the rest of Burmese goals are. They're just waiting for MayW. It's like, hey, bro, are you going to swim over here to the boat or what? Because, like, I don't think we want to risk the whole team moving into the coastal shorelines. So, Kiki, somehow, got depleted by the stage 2 blue zone so early on. I wonder if Axe is doing okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Kiki, do you love me? I revive it. Is that the lyrics?
I think so.
Now, coming into Sin here, I feel okay. Let's talk a little bit about Sin. Like, what do you think of him? Personally, for me, Sin, I would say consistency is not really something that's in it for them. Some days it looks like they're ready to pop off, ready to go crazy. Sometimes they felt a little bit too passive. But what do you think?
Yeah, I feel like every different map, they have very different stances of playing this. And when it comes down to Sanhok, I feel like they are playing by the edges, and they're hoping to only ramp up to speed from stage 4 onwards. And speaking of ramping up to speed, KE finally gets themselves the first knock, and I believe Kiki lost his own life from the outskirts.
Kiki, I'm not too sure what happened there. Whether they took a long rotation, ate up too much of the blue zone damage, or were they trying to play healing? Because if they were trying to play healing, it's a little bit too early. Regardless, for FCon, we saw a little bit of a skircuffle between them. They did take one down for FCon. But Lone is very low. He's not gonna. He's gonna be able to get that reset at least. But they did put some space in between them and KE just to allow themselves that reset. But KE is playing a little bit more on the aggressive side here, more proactive, trying to chase out, but not far enough to give up that compound.
Yeah, we see a 2-2 split going on for Falcon as they reach the corners of the river. Now shots are being fired back, and it seems like they really have to draw their attention on split angles. It seems for KE. But they're already seeking out Say Cloud Q, and there will be a little bit more of a trouble if he were to be picked off. But thankfully, Andrew will be shot down, and all thanks to the top.
I love that shot, but Andrew is in trouble. The other members of KE want to push up forward, but you have no idea where Cloud is. Regardless, we also see Marnay going down from YG, but that's another story. As Kaya pushing up forward, just sprays through the water. Andrew playing a very, very good game of staying hidden as number 1. Number 2, because they have no clue where Say Cloud is, they cannot push up too much. If they were to peek even toward the apex a little bit too much, his head's going to be blown off here. And look at that, Devon finds Andrew in the end of the day, enough to send him back to the lobby. There's already 1 gone for FCon, but it's never stopped them from going far before.
That's true, and they just have such a great chokehold hitting into this section of the compounds. It's only Say Cloud Q all alone, and now nades are being dropped right to the corners of the rock. He's only got an M249. Sure, it's great for spraying, but he's not even moving aside. He couldn't even dodge it in time as he's prone on the ground. That leaves Chan Love by the corners of Bootcamp, and doesn't seem like he will make his way across anytime soon. And D2Y, he's all alone now. This is where Chan Lone tries to take an off angle with a QBU, and Avan secures another picking coming in for KE.
That was huge. That was a very, very huge nade. Immediately reacting as soon as they got that information. Now, for D2Y, I don't think they figured him out just yet. So he's going to go pro and just waiting just yet. But I think they already have an idea. The shots come out there for Davin. He's so very aggressive. Immediately lobbies him. 1 more member to go. Now, I'm curious to see whether FCon is going to be deciding to whether or not play aggressive or whether or not they want to go play the healing game. Because usually in this situation for Sanhok, you have 1 player left and maybe you want to stay hidden and play healing, but he doesn't have enough resources.
And this is such a treacherous circle where everybody's just hoping to find a little cover ground. There's no idea or no telling where exactly this circle will end up. It could even be in the middle of the river for all you know, and therefore all the spacing that's left is just bare open grounds and easy. Instantly goes in for a pick, knocks 1 member down from the side of H2O. And hopefully they do get the revivals as they are trying to get across that river. And there's just so many, well, land sharks that's waiting along the lines.
Land Shark. That's a very interesting name, but look at that. G-Lab on the aggressive. And this time they have found themselves some Vipers to eat. Now PBE also joins the fight. You can see that it's a three-way happening there. And I'm loving the fact that PBE decided to insert themselves inside. It was like the other day I was at the mall with my friend and we saw a couple arguing and we were kind of like eavesdropping and kind of want to interject ourselves. But anyways, we didn't do that because we were kind of like, because we have pride. But anyways, imagine if we did that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just love a little bit of drama, and this is what the PMPL SEA Wildcard region is all about, where sometimes there is going to be eavesdroppers trying to pick a fight at the same time. Like, hey, don't you dare disrespect this person right there. And seemingly enough, Momboy does find another pickoff. Dragon's gonna be down. And Mao, out of H2O, is the second member to drop out. And we're already seeing 3 teams just on the outskirts of the blue zone, and they're already struggling to make ends meet. Whereas Viper has not really given all too much way. GameLab infiltrates this compound, and I'm not too certain whether or not which team would be able to survive because there's still SKR on the Oasis side up north.
Ooh, look at that Nate just now. Scotty barely makes it out alive. Now, you know what's very interesting to me? The fact that teams that are holding compounds are not able to defend them. We've seen it twice happening today, but the shots from G-Lab and Vapors are pushing SKR toward them. But it doesn't seem like SKR actually wants to pick this fight. They want to make sure they can go inside of the circle, but Loki's in front of them. We also see PBE close by. We also see Vipers and G-Lab. So personally, for me, I would really like to see SKR play a little bit more aggressive, kind of like take up that space. But for Asha, you can see that they are pushing up forward and going for the aggression. And oh my god, well, we figured out which island the circle is going through, and it's going to be PBE and WPM inside of the circle.
Everyone else is going to be having a lot of struggles to get across the river, and for most part, Burmese Ghost might actually get the upper hand on the north point of the bridge. And PBE, they did find a pick over on Chichi. Here comes the DPS battles, and the shots will be fired. Vipers instantly goes in for the deletion, and GameLab has already had their days numbered. So that will be them finishing off with a 13th spot finish, while Burmese Ghost gets a little bit more retaliation. Shots coming in from SKR to pave the way.
Ooh, look at this fight for the compound as TX hosts this whole village to themselves. SKR playing on the outskirts. We've seen, I mean, as I said before, we've seen situations where SKR will push out, will go for the aggression, but in this situation here, TX has to be more proactive. TX has to have a set up crossfire to play together, because holding in one building only is gonna be very, very dangerous. SKR in trouble, eating up that blue zone, but look at KE fighting Asha at the same time, and honestly winning this. SKR now shot from different angles, gonna be PBE pushing up toward SKR.
Yeah, there's just so little room for them to even get away across right now, even from the high heels. PBE is just having the best elevated spot possible in the map, and perhaps this would actually give them all the advantage for that chicken dinner. Burmese Goals already getting spotted out, and then you have SKR all over the back. The Team X, well, the X, they spotted one member out of Vipers. They clear out the compound. They only got 1 point, but they really have to deal with the situation, and PBE is just really making this a gridlock situation.
Oh my god, that scope was scary. And honestly, one of the most satisfying things to see over in Sanok is those long-range shots. Here is one. It's coming from Cool, Rankid as well, pushing up ahead. They have this really nice high ground in their hands. They're going to be leaving it to push up forward into this compound. And look at that. BG as well as SKR are just swimming toward the land. Now, if BG manages to hit land first, it's going to be trouble for them because PBE is waiting on the ground for them. But as for SKR, if they are late... Woo! Suspicious for the picking. PBE is going to be very happy. And I'm like, yeah, we're ready to fish.
Yeah, and this is not looking good for either side of the party. Sonic is still waiting on the outskirts, though. So the X, they're just hoping to find those pick from the outskirts and perhaps call it a day. He spots out Rekno Tiak, and that will just be just about enough for him to secure at least 1 point. But look at the damage from the blue zone. Sonic just barely surviving. He's only got a few packs left remaining. I'm not too sure if he could basically survive, but Sonic did manage to secure the point as they pick one off the river. Now, the circle will eventually close in into the mainland, and West Point Mamba, along with PBE, they have the biggest of advantage.
Here comes KE. They've had a really good run right now. Looks like it's going to be Enigma in their favor. Koopa goes out here. Comes Caps as well. Caps running in and out left and right, but the weaving is not going to help them as they have a 2-man push up. How are you going to avoid 2 different angles at the same time? Still Spooky left. He's trying so quiet to be as quiet as a ghost. He is called Spooky after all, but Pop, I think he may have a little suspicion where he might be. Okay, that nade may just give some idea. Not nade, sorry, the smokes may just give some idea where he might be. Pop already setting his sights into the smoke as Marne goes down there. Pop on the aggression toward YG, and it's been so interesting how KE is just taking fight after fight after fight after team after team after team, and this is the most aggressive we have seen KE play throughout this week and us.
And Spooky, he only has so little window to actually move right in, and finally he spots one out. He will knock the top, but won't be able to secure the point just yet. KE currently in trouble. Shots being fired, and that is location being revealed for the rest of West Point Mamba to punish them as well. Sonic somehow survives. He's only got 5 more packs left remaining, and he makes it into the top 5.
Here comes the top 5 as we finally see where each teams are. Now for Sin on this high ground, I'm a huge fan of the high ground. Always love the advantage, but in this situation, getting down is gonna be butt. Like, you have to jump down, you have to break some legs here, but look at KE. They're finally running out of steam. They don't have any more space to go. The aggression is finally catching up to them as they run out of resources, run out of firepower, down to the last player left alive as one gets knocked out here. We see another player of Sin fall down, and that was exactly what I was talking about here. Moving into the zone is going to be the issue with WPM inside of this whole village with 3 different compounds held down. They have the biggest advantage, and look at Mix. He's going crazy, pushing up. He's saying no one is gonna die and not give me a point. I'm gonna make sure I can snipe them as they fall down is number 1. Let the bodies hit the floor as they fall down. Number 2, if anyone were to rotate from the other side, I'm gonna get some headshots.
That's right, and now there is a lot more of a space of coverage over on the West Point. Just like the name itself, until West Point Mamba now gets a little bit more of that leverage, but Mix has been spotted out from up above. Mix, he doesn't really have the angle, and now trouble lies ahead, where shots are also being fired up top from other teams as well. PBE, they're on the lookout. They know that this battle is ongoing from the West Point, and this is where they could also push up ahead if they really want to when the eyes are all fixated. But PBE, they're also taking a little bit of a wraparound on the north point of the hill as well. So these are long-range battles here in South Sanok, and it's about time we'll find ourselves a winner. 3 members left for the side of PBE as well as Sin, whereas West Point Mamba with the biggest advantage with 4 members remaining.
Now remember, the circle is gonna push out. If WPM doesn't want to go aggressive, that's fine as well, because like it or not, Sin is gonna have to jump down. And as Sin jumps down, WPM all has to do, all they have to do is just set up a firing squad, just spray and pray if they want to. Regardless, I'm loving the fact that Migs is on a hunt. Migs is on this proactive play here. He's gonna be the information giver. He's gonna give all the information needed. Monboy in trouble. All he did was peek a little bit, and Guap immediately sprays. That is absolutely nasty, I have to say, because it took a lot of his life, and he nearly goes down.
Sin in a really huge predicament right now. They are just hoping that this circle shift will be favoring them, and seems like it's going to be pretty close by. That will mean that PBE will eventually have to push up into that open space and reveal themselves upon members of the side of West Point Mamba. Shots now being fired over onto Rankit, and it will be Sin to go in for the pickup. A couple more bullets will do the trick. PBE loses 1. The rest of West Point Mamba just have to lie and wait. They still have the compound advantage, and they will wait for these players to hop right down below, and Mix will be ready to catch him.
Here comes the desperation plays, for PBE as the circle does not value them. Cool, nearly goes down, hides behind a rock, but in this situation, if you were cool, where are you gonna go? The circle, you either go down to the circle or you go down to a player, and I think for cool, he's just gonna try and outlast it as much as he can, but I don't think he has enough resources to play the healing game outside the area. Mix, he is on the hunt, is not allowing any point to go wasted. He's gonna be the guy that's gonna be playing the cleanup crew, not allowing anyone to go out without a fight, but Federalis, as he rotates out, takes the damage from Sin. and eventually does go down to Moy. As we see that WPM, despite having the man advantage, Sin is playing to their strengths, but like it or not, WPM still wins in the end. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. As I have to say, WPM playing it very smart, getting the advantage in terms of circle and the area. As we all say, the first to get the best area wins the game.
And that's right. The Philippines will score the first chicken dinner of Week 2 of the SEA Wildcard Spring 2023. And we're looking at West Point Mamba playing a precise measure on how to handle the final zone overall. Not only, I wouldn't just say that it's down to luck on how they secured that compound, because there was initially KE that was around the corner. They battled their way in. They established that ground control. And I guess by the end of it all, when it comes down to the final fight, they just had to basically play the waiting game. And after that, they get a couple of picks, and the chicken dinner is theirs to claim. So beautiful stuff across what we last saw. Even great leaps of performance have been shown by both Sin as well as PBE to make it into the top 2 and top 3 respectively. So with that being said, believe that West Point Mamba should be able to at least reap the best points possible by the end of this round.
I think what's really cool as well is the fact that for WPM, it's less about their aggressive plays and more about their positioning. And it's also shown a little bit of a shift on how they played this map in particular. You can see there, in terms of mix, he's the guy with the most damage taken. But the thing is, he was really good at repositioning himself, getting those heals, and Federales was the one who went down in the end. And I think also for WPM, the understanding that they didn't have to move, they had all of the win conditions in their hands, is the reason why they made it up to the chicken dinner situation. But if you look at the teams to watch right now, it's going to be KE, WPM, PBE, and Sin. While KE, while they didn't really make it toward the top 5, I think what's really cool about them was the fact that they were trying to play as aggressive as they can on Sanhok, given the fact that the circle wasn't really like the most conventional circles. It was in between 2 islands. So what can you do in this situation where you can't really predict the circle? Play aggressively as you can. Try and get points in a different way, because as you know, getting the positioning can be pretty rough, especially in the smaller map.
Indeed, and we saw the early stretch of the circle headed into the island, and it was still in between most of the mainland as well. Both teams were really scratching their heads on how exactly to rotate. As for those that have been able to book it very early on, we saw how Sin as well as PBE have been able to literally leverage from those high ground advantages to pick up majority of all these elimination points. And now, looks like it's gonna be KE that sits on the top of the table with 14 points and with 11 eliminations. Impressive work despite them not having that chicken dinner. And West Point Mamba as well as PBE, they will tie in for a second spot with PBE scoring 8 elimination points, and Sin moves into 4th.
KE, despite, look at that, 3 rank points, but the eliminations push them forward, shows that, again, there are so many ways of getting points in this game, and it's not just about the chicken dinner. And understanding your situation as you go into the game gives you a sort of like a game idea or what strat you want to do. And I'm liking the fact that KE understood that positioning is not going to be their best bet. What did they do? Play a little bit more aggressive, play a little bit more strategic in terms of getting those kill points. And I really like this change of pace and that idea, and understanding they're not able to do that. I feel like a lot of teams don't really have that, because whenever I interview players, the idea was, oh, we want to play for placement points, but we also want to get chicken dinner, so it's always going to be rotation that is what we're going to be prioritizing. But coming into this game gives me a whole different perspective of how players can think about how the situation can be, and I'm really liking this change in direction of how players think and getting really creative to get up there.
Yeah, and just looking back at the scoreboard itself, from what I do gather, is that the teams coming in from the Philippines have got a really great hindsight on how to basically rotate and play as aggressive as they can throughout the course of Sanhok, where most of them have ended up from second place finish all the way till 6. Of course, Game Labs got taken out very early on. Those exchanges didn't really work out for them, as they were in contention with a couple of teams. And then after that, I think like the teams that really do have to make a major step up, it's got to be from Singapore, where Axis as well as H2O have been picked off without actually giving enough of a fight. So, of course, enough about that. We do hope that they do better, but you guys can basically follow us for all the kind of updates available on PUBG Mobile Esports and every single page, whether if you're coming in from Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, and the rest of the world. Go ahead, take your pick. There's YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and everywhere else. So, drop your subscribe button and hit that like, and we'll just definitely get you up to speed to what's in store for you throughout the course of the run. So, Tash, of course, that was Game 1, and we're going to be moving into Game 2 shortly. So, before we get ourselves into Game 2, maybe we can talk a little bit, like, what will they be doing heading into Erangel, and we'll get to our predictions later on.
Yeah, but for now, we're gonna go for a quick break, and we'll see you guys in a little while.
Not just yet. No.
Oh wait,
no
sorry,
break
my
just yet.
bad.
Don't worry.
I don't know what happened there.
We still got another round to go because we're getting ourselves into Erangel. So, with that being said, let's also check out some stats as we pave way for what's about to come. So, 5 of Danger has been able to farm majority of the points due to the fact of them mastering this map in particular, having the most ranking points as well as elimination points, despite not having as many chicken dinners as the rest.
Yeah, but now as we end Sanhok, we're gonna go back to a more classic map. It's gonna be Erangel, as we can have see teams A, C, D, and E. I think personally for me, Erangel is that warm-up match of the day. You play aggressively as you want. I'm not saying it doesn't really affect the gameplay, but it is a place where you can play a little bit more aggressive, you can play a little bit more different than how you usually play. It doesn't really have to be too tactical compared to maps like Erangel or Miramar. As we go into Erangel, remember that YG has had a pretty good run on this map, and I think that there's going to be a lot more teams that are going to be stepping up this week as we are moving into week number 2.
That's right, and of course it's about time we go in for another prediction. So these are some of the names that I'll be eyeing out for, because I do see that Burmese Goals, they actually do perform a little bit better when it comes down to wider maps of play, and from what we saw early on, they did manage to last out decently. And KE, they've been on a rampage. They got number 1, and this time around, I'm rooting for them. And Asia, exactly the same reason why I would be voting for KE as well.
Personally, I think Asia does better on Sanhok, but they have had potential different maps. Now for WPM, across all maps, I think they are very consistent, and we did see GameLab sort of come up toward the end of last week. We didn't see that streak going on, but I really hope this week might be a different week for them. But Enigma, I think that in general, they do well in this particular map. They have good rotations, but again, if they were to meet with GE, it might be a whole different story altogether, but I do hope they manage to fix that, but I have a lot of hopes for them.
That's true, and I believe that, Game Labs, that was just a little bit warm round for them heading into this week. So when you have a little bit more of that wiggle room to slowly loot up and plan out your rotation, things will work out for the team itself. So most often than not, when it comes down to the second week, teams have already made certain adjustments that there may not be as much contest when it comes down to some of all these early drops. And last week itself, since we're speaking of Game Lab, we see a lot of battles happening on the Southern Islands, where Sanaska Military Base seems to be heavy favorites when it comes down to options of a township for teams to secure. And I hope that they've already settled scores by now.
Yeah, when you think about battle royales, there's so many things to consider. We always talk about firepower, we always talk about team play, we always talk about communication. Circle plays a very, very big issue as well, which is why it's also that element of RNG there, whether or not luck is on your side. But when it comes to this game, it's kind of like a when life gives you lemon situation. What are you gonna do when you have a water circle? What are you gonna do when you have a high ground circle? What are you gonna do when the circle actually just ping pongs left or right? And those teams that have this idea, this game plan on how exactly they want to deal with these situations are the teams that come up on top. We haven't really seen a team that really knows how to deal with it yet. But across all of them, I really think that Team Austria and Team WPM has had the most consistent sort of idea in terms of ideas and creativity on how exactly to deal with these things. And if I remember correctly, when I was casting PMPLC, a lot of teams actually, this situation where the lower ranking teams do so much better when it's an unconventional circle compared to the teams on top. And I've always wondered why that was the case.
Yeah, perhaps like that's where, desperate time calls for desperate measure, and they're just gonna make some really rotations that's pretty much out of the blue, where some players back in MY call it the 360 spin from the outskirts.
Wow,
right?
360 spin.
Yeah, like instead it's a 360 rotation, but you're not hoping for 360 because technically 360 is you going back to the same spot, right? So
yeah,
it's more like a 180 or 270 where you reposition into a deep angle, and then by the time the zone closes out, you will be able to reach some of all these areas of play. So maybe we don't see it as much when it comes down to how certain maps are being played as of late, but I would definitely be impressed if there's going to be any of all these teams like Axis or even H2O to really bring some of that flavor out, since they've been playing back in the PMPL SEA in a couple of seasons back, right? So
yeah.
I can't say the same about Axis Final because this is definitely their first ever season here in the Wildcard region, and believe that when it comes down to this regional fight, it has been all about who has the better firepower, and I hope that in due course they'll be able to match up evenly when it comes down to those 4 versus 4s, because I believe like even the H2O have set the record straight from the last week's performance, where Mal had the absolute monstrous performance with that DBS, and he literally 1v4 scenarios, and I just want to see, like that kind of play style to pop off once again, because they are exceptionally great when it comes down to close quarter combat.
Yeah, CQC is one thing, but I really hope we don't see too many of those hero plays. I mean, yeah, it's very exciting when we do get those situations like, oh my god, this last person stayed alive, I managed to just roll down 1v4s. It's very cool to watch, but in that situation, you always ask yourself, I mean, as a player, why did my team put me in this situation where I had to be in this way? Like, yeah, it makes for great clips, right? Especially if you go on TikTok, there you see a 1v4 and it's very heroic, and it makes for really, really good, I would say, tournament storylines. But at the same time, don't put your teammates in that situation.
Sometimes
it's so stressful. It's so stressful. But
yeah.
I understand though, when the pressure cooker moment happens, what are you gonna do about it? And those who withstand those pressure cooker moments will make it into the history books, just like Mal did.
Yeah, and I believe that every player is on board for very good reasons, right? Like, they have the clutch factor in them, they have great style of play, even individualistically, as well as having great teamwork effort. Of course, all of that will have to be in tandem in terms of synergy on how you could basically work out certain scenarios where odds are actually against your favor, and sometimes you just get into a really tough rotation and you just get clipped out by majority of all these other teams. Not much that you can do but to try to propel your team forward, even if you have to do it alone in some of all these instances. So that's why when it comes down to pro leagues like this, it has always been very difficult, and it's always testing not only their skills but also their wits, their stamina to really pull through the 2 weeks.
Yeah, winter stamina is also that as well, something that we really need to talk about, because some teams, it feels like as the day go by, they play better and better, but some teams, they play really good in the first round and suddenly they're gone. So it's a matter of what's going on in their comms, what's going on in their minds, because I have spoken to some players where they said that sometimes after they play maybe 3 or 4 days in a row, each match seems to meld into each other and they kind of get confused by the information as well. So this is where it's very important to have your teams to keep you in check at the same time. Now, coming into this tournament, I don't think that 5 matches per day is something to talk about stamina. Technically, it's 4 if you think about it, because it's like one game each group will be sitting out. And I don't think it's the worst that we've seen so far. It's just more days in the week. But at the same time, when I think that you're playing more days in a week, it kind of gives you that a really nice momentum coming through as well. And I really think that the format as well is really very, very well done, because it doesn't really snowball you, where you kind of like look at the scoreboard and think, oh my god, I'm so far away behind. How am I going to catch up this week when this player is already 500 points ahead of me? But in this situation, as you reset every week, as you chase for that bonus every week is a nice little reset for the mind. and I don't think people talk about this much. This mental state that you come through when it goes into every single game. I mean, if you talk to APG, I believe, was it YG or APG last year? I did interview their psychologist, esports psychologist, and I'm really liking the fact that a lot of teams here in esports have started getting this esports psychologist to stop the tilt from happening, to stop this mental fatigue from happening, just to kind of reset their minds. And I think that a lot of players need to understand this, because I think that as the players are very young, they're very raw, and it's also kind of like translate in how they think about approaching each game as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And when you add up all these games in particular, like you have 20 matches to play throughout a course of week, and then like what? That equates to 40 battles. So this is where like it definitely has like a lot more room for them to really pick up the pace. And sometimes when you're a team and you're looking at the table and you're not exactly in the position that you really wanted your team to be at, it really burns you up inside. And as much as like, you know, all sorts of emotions will build in, and I believe that all these sports psychologists that did also look into esports itself have been able to really help them relieve all that tension due to, you know, all the experiences that they had handling, you know, traditional sportsmen themselves. And I see esports as no different, whereas it really has to do with mindset on how you really want to get into the best tip-top shape possible, not only physically but up in the head as well.
Yeah, coming to that, we talk about up in the head, right? It's never really, it's all about the strats, the stats, but never really about how exactly the mindsets are going to be. But I think that with a lot of new teams and analysts and coaches coming through, I believe that there are different sort of ways, some different teams as well talking about mental health regardless. Now, coming into Erangel, if we look at last week, some teams have done pretty well. If you remember, has been YG. I believe that in terms of how they play, their rotations have been great. And on top of that, on top of the rotations as well, they have really, really good timing. Let's see if this is going to be something that's going to be translating through this week as well, as other teams are finding it better to play a little bit more aggressive and going for that I would say that prime property instead of just waiting for the last minute to come through. Because there are some teams that like to play near the edge of the circle and just sort of gatekeep, but at the same time playing the gatekeeper is kind of like a double-edged sword. You win it, great, you get all those farming points. You lose it, ouch, you can't get inside as the circle pushes in, and you might be feeding teams your points as well.
That's true, and I believe that with what we saw from the past week, like teams are already getting themselves pretty much great adjustment when it comes down to rotations already, and there's been massive improvements from majority of them. Now it's really down to not being picked midway off that rotation, where when it comes down to
it feels
brand
like it
new
happens a lot, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
in the middle of that rotations, those long range shots happen in the middle of rotation. Sometimes everyone is in a vehicle and suddenly that one person in the very back will get picked off. It's just so unfortunate. But at the same time, right, you notice that this sort of trend coming through where they just kind of leave you behind. It's like, oh bro, you're a little bit behind, you get shot or picked off. Yeah, we're just gonna leave you. Good luck, son, brother. Bye bye.
Yeah, exactly the point I was trying to make as well, right? Like this might actually happen a little bit more frequently heading into this week's battle, because teams have already had a little bit of that window to adjust throughout, you know, their break time, Monday as well as Tuesday, and they strategize, maybe I could cut this team off by just camping onto a high ground on this section or the other form of an area of play. So with that in mind, I think like we're definitely onto something really special when we move our way into Erangel. And also for those of you guys who are still waiting for the matches to happen, we bump into a little bit of a hiccup when it comes down to getting the feel into the tank itself. So we're giving a little bit more time for that Erangel match to remake in particular, as the players have definitely felt a little bit of tech difficulty when it comes down to the matchup. So very soon we're gonna get our way into the remade Erangel map.
Okay, so last week we saw an SMB circle, and honestly, it makes me so happy to see those, but it's not necessarily the rarer circle. I think like since last year, we're starting to see a lot more of those SMB circles. And for, I believe it was Game Lab that dropped straight inside SMB last week, and it seemed like it worked out in their favor. In this situation, I think like but it didn't really last a long time because we started seeing a lot of other teams drop into the area, and we saw that shift in terms of like, oh, okay, we see some teams always dropping in the same area, but some teams just kind of like I wouldn't call it randomly dropping, but what they've been doing is just kind of like identifying which teams are dropping where, and whether or not they're able to win this roulette if they can win this early battle against them. And we saw like every single game last week was really, I would say, very fast, especially day 1 to day 3. And then suddenly it was a slowdown already. And why the slowdown is because every team started playing more tactical as opposed to day 1, number 2, where they're a little bit more very go situation, very kind of like go fast and just kill everyone inside, because we don't know who is dropping where. And this is where the analysts and the coaches start really understanding where to drop, who we can take, and how fast we can loot. Regardless, let's have a look at our predictions. Contra, what do you think?
Yeah, once again, just reminding everybody out there that you can make your predictions as well on the chat. And first, I know you guys have your opinions, and sometimes you guys want to argue who's really their team. Keep it respectful. That's all that I'm gonna say. So my prediction here, I've been looking at KE that has been high-fragging almost every single round. I think it's about time that we see them actually secure some chicken dinners, because they've been working really hard for it. And then you have Asia. I think they've been looking sublime when it comes down to really establishing.
The BGM pick is a very copium pick, Contra.
Well, that's from you, I would say.
That's from me?
I would say, you know, like, I believe in this team, and like, there's still a lot that they can basically display.
That's fair enough.
Yes,
That's
it's
fair
copium. Yes, copium.
It's a copium pick, yeah?
You called me on that, so.
Okay, so
right.
Coming back into me for myself, I mean, we all know why WPM Enigma has been my choices. I think I say the same things over and over again. Consistency is key. Now for Game Lab, we did see some chicken dinners from them last week. We did see aggression come from them last week, but we didn't really see consistent gameplay. And I'm really hoping that as we come into week 2, consistency is their key, because we saw some really good CQCs on their end. Now, in my opinion, can Game Lab actually get this match? I'm gonna say my hopes aren't so high, but the potential is there. And I'm really hoping it actually translates into this gameplay as we go into Erangel, a more familiar territory map.
That's right, and like, I hope that the amount of copium that I have inhaled should be able to give them a little bit more of that situation where they will get themselves into that top 4. And now, with that being said, of course, Erangel does leave a lot more opportunities for all the teams on board to really start afresh and chase up to get themselves those bonus points. So, with all of that being mentioned, we've already seen that FOD, 5 Danger, that have been sitting out of Sana, will be coming back on board. And they are here to stomp out any form of competition and remain at the top of the table. Tash, I believe that we are ready for this flight, so it's about time for us to get into our second match as we're headed our way to Erangel. Five of Danger now back on track, as they will be playing their first match ever of Week 2, Day 1 here in the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Once again, reminding you guys that you guys can watch from all of our social platforms. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and everywhere else that you could basically imagine. Now, let's focus on the flight path itself. This flight cuts in from the eastern corners of South Georgia, and that allows SP as well as Game Labs to be able to get their early drops as G Labs extends towards north point of Georgia Pole. May even hit over on the corners of Zarki as well. Burmese goals lands on the direct region on the outskirts of Gatka, all the way far west side, whereas we're going to be looking at Flash Vision Esports to have the entire control of the Gatka region, and KE once again goes in to contest Pachinki, where Asia will have to give a little bit more of that spacing as they drop into the quarters right on the southern side of Pachinki, and Enigma will take over the farm. Meanwhile, it might just be a little battle around the school region as well as Milta, as we see 3 teams locked and loaded on that far east side. APG still have a few members up in the air, and we're already having a little bit of shared spoils of war. SP as well as TX, they're going to be holding into some of all these townships of their own, so we wouldn't be expecting too much of a battle cutting out of either side of the party for the time being. Phantom Reapers have been having a tad bit of a struggle on the very first week itself, as they only secure 1 point heading into their battles. We're looking at H2O needing to recuperate after dropping out early on. Tough rotation once again for the team as they try to make their way into the Alpha Island inside of Sanok and got caught off guard. Now having to battle against Anchor PUBG, and the one to be making the first move here is Toki. Charging up a grenade. They know that the kid's going to be inside of that building right now. Labo still needs a couple of loots before he could basically get his way in. Whereas Power kind of dropped himself pretty far away. Haven't have established any form of loot just yet. The kid now being tagged. Atif. Gotta find ways to respond. H2O having the Clutch Master Mal being a little further away. Labo is going to be able to rejoin the group as H2O looking to have a little bit of the upper hand for the time being. As H2O does have better loots as compared to Anchor PUBG, and they're now turtling right in. The kid is just probably all alone. Another grenade being tossed towards the corner of the roof, where Labo is looking to basically frack them all off. H2O will be able to find their first pick, and this may look to be the first blood for the team. And Anchor PUBG doesn't seem like they have any room to even go in for a revive. They will have to let Kit be.
Oh, it's so very unfortunate, this situation. But H2O easily gonna find the kid. Trying to feed that information, I think it's good enough because as you bring... Not the pan! Not the pan!
You just gotta do it!
Oh, no, not this way. Regardless, H2O is still on a roll. Gonna push out to the other members of APG Power now out of the way as Mal's coming in. The cavalry is here. But look at how far away the other members of APG are. Shroud is going in for that revive. Regardless, wow, beautiful driving coming through. H2O not allowing that reset to happen. Gonna push out, ring around the rosy. Here's the sprays, but beautifully done by his teammate. Crossfire doesn't even be needed as APG gonna go down. It's a good mid-round, I would say, reaction, but regardless of that valiant play, they are gonna still be losing 2 players as Shroud, the final member left alive, gonna have to survive for the rest of the game. Unfortunate, but Power still very happy and alive. I think he's just gonna buy time, and hopefully they can meet back.
Yeah, the Power shotguns are just not to be underestimated with.
I love shotguns. It's the best feeling in the world when you just jump shot someone from a corner and shoot in the face and just like, haha, that's what you get. Sorry, I'm a toxic player.
Well, I feel like it's one way to definitely tilt your opponents, and H2O was actually doing all too well until they just got overwhelmed with how they've been able to find those close angle picks. And bear in mind, when it comes down to close quarter combat, it's just such an efficient way to just use all these shotguns, whether it's a DBS, S12K. Ideally, of course, you don't really want to carry the S6 or S1 because the damage numbers are a little bit lower. So I think like efficiency is also a very big factor as to how you could basically turn some fights around. And Anchor PUBG has managed to do that.
Okay, so coming back into the game here, as we do see some teams get broken, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, right? About how those early games can happen. Either you really just steamroll a team, or both teams are going to end up broken. This situation is going to be H2O as well as APG. Already, I would say, in a very broken situation. But we have seen some hero plays come through. We have seen some chicken dinners where some teams only have 2 players left alive. But it looks like H2O and APG are still on the hunt. Look at it. It's still happening. Shroud just doing Shroud things, but not enough to take down H2O as Shroud goes down. But TX here, they have the... in Malaysia, have you heard of Banjaran Titi Wangsa? This is exactly what this little area thinks about, like the spine of this particular area. And it gives you so much access to so many different areas. The map control you have from that information and knowing those picks is huge. And stop laughing at me. You know it's smart.
Tash just gotta remind you, like there's the rest of Southeast Asia watching, they have to go to Google Maps to know where exactly that is, right? So,
yeah.
Of course, we like to call it Mount Gatka, simply put. So, sure,
No,
you get that
Banjaran
perfect,
Titi Wangsa
beautiful...
IRL.
beautiful view. I believe that there's so many of these scenic views all across Southeast Asia as well, you know, like, I wonder, you know, like, they probably have different names for these places. So, yeah, drop in the comments, like, tell us where to visit next time. Are you an outdoors person, by the way, Tash? Definitely not. Yep, I got my answer. And never mind, we move along. So
I had to really think about it, right?
Yeah, so I know you've been working out, but you're still indoors. I've never seen
In the
you
gym, air conditioned,
under the sun. So
not outside. I think I would literally, as a gamer, you melt under the sun. Let's be real here.
Yeah, I mean, these days the weather is hot in Malaysia. I'm not too sure in Myanmar and the Philippines. I assume it to be pretty much the same. Whereas GE, they are taking a little bit dip in the water eventually, as they are going to be moving into the swamp town, water town we call it. Flag of Danger taking a relatively slow passage through the blue zone for the time being. 15 teams still left alive. The only one to be taken out was Anchor PUBG. Whereas the way that I see Anchor PUBG handle that drop into Milta to challenge H2O, it was inefficient because they were, first, very segregated. Second, when they dropped in, they didn't really have the ideal weapons other than those shotguns, right? Which is why I understand they did not push out. They were just holding in those areas. And now we're looking at the side of SP. Panda's getting a pick, and Newbie's already out of the game.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that we barely saw SP last week, and now they're pretty much making a huge statement play as the circle will be ping-ponging toward the south. For TX, it means getting off the mountain, but the other teams here, I like where Austria is actually, when you think about it. It's right by the ferry pier, gives them so much access to a lot of different compounds. It allows them to really gatekeep as everyone moves inside. It looks like they were actually about to go on the aggressive. As for FOD, getting into the circle is going to be one of their biggest problems here. We saw Smile earlier. I think GE I was a little bit in a situation where they were knocked out early. They really want to make it out alive this time around. And here, as we already predicted, Austria on the aggression. Looking at WPM, Nix did get tagged, Amas as well, but it's nothing too big of a problem. They're just going to say it's fine, mind our own business, and just move along. If you ignore them long enough, maybe it might be a different situation here, as looks like they're not going to be able to get picked, so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a long while before they can actually get more things done. Enigma can actually give a little bit of cover room for Caps to be resuscitated. They do drop in a couple of smokes as well. Ranger, the Fury Fire over on top end with the rest of Flash Vision. Just opts to give a little bit of pressure so that they do not eventually push into the compound for the moment. And West Point Mamba also takes a pick over on the corners of Enigma, making this a three-way battle.
Ranger has had a pretty good run last week. I don't know if you noticed, but him and Raul has had those, I would say, hero moments. Moxie as well, obviously. Moxie is, I would say, the most aggressive. But look at that. Ranger always goes up forward first. He's the one that starts the fight and then immediately finds Caps through the smoke. Nicely done spray coming up through. He just like takes the car like, yep, I'm done. It was almost like a drive-through, right? Like, hey, I would like a side of fries and a burger. All right, see ya. I'm just gonna leave right now.
And it's all ready to go. Like the restaurant just packed it in. And in this case,
it was the fastest delivery. It was the fastest drive-through ever. I don't remember, but there was a fast food restaurant a few years ago that had a timer to see how fast they can have those.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that going on in Malaysia.
It's basically that, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of miss that because like sometimes you just don't want to wait, right? And like teams,
yeah, that's why we're in the drive-through. Hello.
Yeah, these teams, I guess like they don't have that form of timer that really pinch them for the time being, but there is 30 seconds on the clock before stage 2 closes out. So preparing for stage 3 onwards, I believe this is where they really have to go deeper into the region. So therefore, H2O, they're already on the move and they're already dropping a few members off to try to find ways to cut off another rotating team, and that's going to be SKR at the back. I don't think that they'll be able to find much. Meanwhile, Chewy and the rest of Flash Vision have been so proactive. They found another pick through the jungles. So Flash Vision might do another takeaway.
Flash Vision has been doing good. They already got the points just now with the drive-through. And looks like SP are being chased from G Labs here.
Whoa.
Loving this GTA moment. It's going to be K dropped out of the vehicle. Unfortunately, Scotty just saying, all right, I don't think I can turn around and get you. But look at that parking. Smooth. Dragon as well goes down. G-Lab in trouble. One more player left alive. Can he get the revive is the question. You need the numbers. But looks like there's going to be a little bit of a crash happening. Roadkill, rather, as he gets trampled by a vehicle.
Yeah, SP, they really have them locked and loaded with that form of a drive-by shootout. And SP have finally docked upon the corners of Enigma's territory. Enigma already losing members very early on. They will have to give way and space to the rest of SP. As much as like we said, Phantom Reapers didn't really show up last week, where they were at the bottom of the ladder, and now going into another battle. GE quickly picks up 2 members on the side of Falcon and only leaves St. Cloud Q all alone over the top end of the compound. Mates are now being dropped in. Molotov now to zone them off. But Zai can basically wait alongside, and they won't be able to have a 2-man shuffle, and St. Cloud Q still does the damage.
Oh man, GE wants to try and make it up for the last round just now, and Say is gonna get barbecued smile, knowing how exactly to outplay him, but here comes Sin as well with the drive-by. West taking a lot of damage coming through. Smile as well, trying to go for a crossfire with his teammates. A little bit hard when there's only 2 of you left. As Sin, look at how they're playing with them. They're just surrounding them from all different areas as Guap, taking up damage.
Lanju.
Holy Lanju, pushing out from the outside. He pulls up. West goes down. And they only have Smile to work with.
Good angle of a grenade being popped right in from Freak, and he will only bring Master Smell only to a slither of health remaining, as he will still stand for the moment. Sin Esports goes up close and personal and will deplete him. And the rest of GE, once again, eliminated early, but at the very least, GE has secured themselves 4 points.
Oh man, Sin, I don't know why, but Sin today has been a whole... Do you know those memes, right place, right time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been that a lot for them. Right place, right time, in the middle of rotations, coming in as third party. Their timing has been great.
Mm-hmm.
Their pickoffs have been great as well. And I think it's been working on their favor. They're getting quite a lot of points today coming through. But looking at BG, this is your copium pick here.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't really been the most noisy team, but I'm trying to think that they're trying to still figure out what momentum they want to go for, because we have seen them actually get the momentum going, momentum to the point that they go into an overheat. And I'm trying to figure out, did they figure it out? But it's gonna be toward the west side circle. This is a very annoying rotation, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is, but it's good news for Birdie's goals, but the only problem is they are also being wrapped around with the rest of the team, so they cannot leave that compound at the moment. Whereas, there's still majority of all these teams that could also opt to play in the center field of Gatka, despite it being maybe a little bit disadvantageous. There is going to be a pressure cooker situation going on for SP as well. TX just masterfully of clawing their way into this compound, and BG, after being infiltrated, they will have Edward being knocked down.
Unfortunate situation. Regardless, there is still a chance to get up that revive. No problem at all. But you can see now that H2O, despite their amazing run today, unfortunately goes down. In this situation, as we go from TX, while they want to take out one team, there's still BG, and they want to take out BG, but there's still WPM to worry about. So now it's kind of like a sandwich between TX, and it's going to be BG in the middle, but WPM has their sights on both teams if they want to. FOD in trouble, Michi already picking up one player. That's how quick, how sharp they are, and that's a player that's not even in our range of peripheral right now.
Yeah, and they are just basically looking past this tree. That's how sharp West Point Mamba is. Meanwhile, John will quickly go in for
friend. Let
rescue.
me revive you, friend. Sorry, I had to make it dramatic.
Well, just made it in the nick of time, so he is a superhero after all. So, KE, now they've journeyed their way inbound into stage 4, and they will just basically take things slowly, whereas everybody else is making noise in the middle of Gatka, and PBE having Rankid now with a smoked up vehicle. This is not looking all too good, but thankfully there's no crosshair placed upon him just yet. Sin having enough of a respectful place against the rest of Flash Vision, and Flash Vision has been here for the longest of time, and perhaps eventually they need to move off. They still have all their vehicles intact. And PBE is just taking a really wide spread from the outskirts, still looking for their way out. KE now spotted, and the rest of 5 of danger, unleashing hails of bullets onto the vehicle, and that forces them out, perhaps. And they're still
just too fast. Oh no, never mind. Top fell down.
And now charging into the X, they literally have to get into another battle instantaneously. They spot out Aaron, and this is where they instantly go in for the depletion. Kaya soaking some damage, but the X did not respond.
Oh man, for KE, they still get one. It's a good trade, but Davan playing in this corner. Good crossfire with his teammates. I'm not sure if they're actually going to go back for the top. It isn't the best situation to do that because the top actually fell out of the car in a very open area. TX as well. I think they are sort of using the top as sort of like a bait. Like, go out there, get your teammates. We're ready to just knock you out. But at the same time, WPM as well. I think for WPM, they've been really quick on those pickoffs as well as the kill steals. But speaking of kills, Astro finds one. Not sure which side of the map here. We do see smokes come out. We do see shots come out, but no one has been clipped just yet. It's going to be Federales to find another member of FOD.
Enigma still have been keeping themselves quiet for most part, holding on to this section, and they are only having 2 members left, but they will continue to hold into this section, and therefore majority of all the other teams will eventually swarm their way into these compounds. So SP as well as Enigma, they definitely have to get prepared for this form of situation. PBE, having Ranked knocked so far away, I don't think anyone's going to rescue him on the outskirts of the north point of the blue zone, and eventually depletes. So 5 of danger, they're just going to be negated from cutting inwards because the rest of West Point Mamba is holding them back.
Here is FOD. Last 2 players, sorry, 3 players still very up. You know what's really interesting about FOD? Because for some reason I thought they've been knocked out so many times, but they're still very much healthy with 3 players left. It means that they are getting knocked, but the revives, or rather the teamwork that comes through to make sure that everyone stays alive is very much there. It's gonna be Kaya versus Zen here. Last 2 members, a 1v1 happening. It's really hard to really figure out where the member is when you have so many sounds happening on the outside. You can't really pick up those, I would say, sound cues as easily as you want to. Sin is still around as well, but this 1v1 between TX, oh my god, here comes the kill steal coming from Kaya. He tries to. Joseph, unfortunately, does go down, but it's not going to be from Kaya. It's going to be someone else. I think it's going to be Amaz. And WPM isn't great for those pickoffs, honestly.
Yeah, really sharp response coming from Kaya, though, despite him not really getting that pick. And 5 of danger, like we saw early on, West Point Mamba was just holding them all back. And not only that, West Point Mamba now is on the 8 kill streak. Now Zen might have actually been spotted out, and Kaya heard the sound cue, goes in for the jump shot. Point blank battle, and Kaya, 1 HP left. Can he actually do the trick? And he won't find it! What a clutch coming in from Kaya! And KE stay strong and reign supreme.
This is a situation where TX didn't want. Despite having the mana advantage, they still lost and only getting 1 point throughout this situation. I think this is not the outcome they wanted, regardless. It's just KE being KE. The aggression's very strong. They're not afraid even when they're outnumbered. It's as though in their mind, play as aggressively as you want, get those kills, and everything will work out in their favor. And I think that is the game plan for PBE. Only 1 elimination, already eliminated 10th place. I have to say that this is one of the games that it's I wouldn't say it's the fastest sort of game, not as aggressive as what we would expect last week. But as stage 5 comes down, Game Lab also is out, but Sin very alive. But look at where they are, playing the gatekeeper here, holding so many sides of the circle in their area. Nice crossfire coming through here from them in this field as SP. They're trying to breach through, but it's very hard.
Yeah, and just look at them, just trying to look for that spacing in those open playing fields, whereas BG is still building a fortress of clouds, and they are just having a little bit more room to wiggle with, whereas West Point Mamba is just playing from the top end of the hill. Eventually they have to push in. Enigma this time unfortunately did not get any points at all, and it's just such a difficult circle to play out with everybody wrapping across every section.
Oh man, BG still very healthy with 3. Might just be seeing a Copium pick Contra. Regardless for Kea, we're gonna expect some hero plays from this man. As the favorite word of Contra says, the Kingmaker, if you may. But Kea playing the blue zone here, this is not the most easiest place for him to breach. There's 2 teams in front of him, very healthy with more than 1 person alive. You know what? I jinxed that probably. He ate too much damage, didn't have the resources. 7th place, 3 eliminations. I wouldn't say it's the worst place to go by. But for GBG, this whole compound is actually really nice for them to work with. It gives a little of a cove. It also has a little building. They can catch people off guard if they want to. But Michi, again, throwing that damage into BG. They want to go for that play. And I think I'm really liking the fact that because WPM has the high ground here, they have some information. Even though it's a little bit of a drop here, the nades thrown down will just easily roll down toward them.
True enough, and at least there's a little bit more of that spacing. Chewy quickly gaining spot now, but Mix, the sharpest shooter on the block, is here to play. And just look at Mix. He's up against MS, who's already got 5 frags, and he just want to keep his record straight. Now Michi's going to be able to drop that nade 1 member down from the side of Burberry's goals as well. Flash vision, after exiting that compound, it seemed like they didn't really have too much of the proactive plays, since they already lost a lot of all these high ground regions to other teams as well. Now it's going to be rather difficult for them to actually rotate out of that tight corner of the upcoming circle. Fakes out, spotted out by Rao.
Austria on fire now. We're starting to see them online, and now Sin is in trouble as Austria is just going around, pushing out, taking out the space. SP is now in their sights. Now, Austria has been known as a team, number 1, fearless. Number 2, when they get momentum, this is how they play. Very aggressive, not afraid to take 2 to 3 teams. At the same time, Guap gets tagged. And now for SP, want to push out very, very hard. Mix for the top side as well as Amas. They want to push out and just get Austria, kind of stop them from going through. Skynin with the Eve opening pick onto Panda. SP now in trouble, even though they have this compound in their hands. Skynin fears nothing, gets tagged, sprays out, plays a little bit of a dance. Both teams tagged,
Whoa.
But it doesn't scare Skynin. He is the type of team that says, come and challenge me, bros. I ain't scared. Bring me the challenge. Astro from the other side gives a little bit of space for his teammate. And now FBE knocked out of the way is going to be for SP. This is a tag on tag here. DZ trades out with his teammate. Beautifully done with the run and gun. As Renzer from the other side, making sure that no one comes through. And MDY tries to play from this long range. It is working out very well in his favor.
What a battle between SP as they've been able to halt the rest of Austria, and now it's only down to Astro X over back and Skymin. He did his level best to be able to dodge some of all these grenades, but he is still crawling on the ground. Not much time for him to be resuscitated, while the rest of SP, they can go in for that reset. Top 5 situation for most of these members is SP. This is one of the best performances inside of Angle, and we hope to see more. West One Mamba wrapping around the hills. More battles coming out hit over top elevated areas of play, while Austria, they're relying on Astro X as Skynet has already been depleted. But this team, even despite them only having the least member possible, they've already secured a total of 8 frags in their bag. And perhaps this could be enough if they do make it into a top 2 or top 3 situation.
It's like only WPM has the man advantage. Now, we have seen situations where the man advantage might not just be the best situation. Regardless, for WPM, this high ground has been great for them because it does allow them a lot of pickoffs. It allows them for a little bit of aggressive play. It allows them to really know where exactly to aim for, which area to be looking out for in exact situations. But we hear shots coming out. No one clipped out just yet. Now SP is in trouble because WPM has their sights onto them. They see a cook of the nade coming through here. Michi, a really good reposition coming through, catches them off guard. Perhaps Federales eats some damage from the nade. We see Molly's as well just to give them some space. But look at that, WPM pushing in together with this 2 versus 1. Beautifully done. And that is how teamwork should look like.
That's right, and now only 2 more members for them to seek out from the side of SP. And WPM just have great coordination this time around. Michi now clipped by a grenade. Federales really have to find ways to supplement him. Michi will eventually have some help coming away from Federales, also pushing forward. Makes now coming up close and personal. The staircase will be pushed upwards. And 2 members are currently down for the side of WPM. Poly now holding into the staircases. SP holding the best defense possible that we've seen so far. Makes now being pushed and shoved. And now we see both sides trading blow for blow, 2v2.
It's so good, honestly. SP trying to go for those outplays, but Almas does clip 1. Unfortunately, The outplay was smelled out by WPM at Panda all alone in this situation. Now Edward as well does get picked off. That's 2 for Astro, who is the last person alive for Asha. Now put our eyes back on WPM here. Back to Astro actually. They go for the reposition. SP again. You can see already BG does go down. Insanely crazy for this mad lad here from Asha. Regardless for Panda, he does go for the sprays. Come through here, not enough to hold on as Mix. We know that he's the high fragger for the team, but it's gonna be Sin that will be the one to get the winner chicken dinner. What a plot twist is happening through this week as well. The position was just too much from the handle.
My goodness! This is an all-out battle inside of Angle where we saw majority of the teams were picking different fights, and we were so focused on that battle inside of that compound until we actually find ourselves that winner where Sinners will get themselves that winner chicken dinner. Another one in the back for the Philippines.
Oh man, I honestly am shocked because we were seeing fight after fight after fight. We were seeing Asha, Astro just pick off the whole team one by one. We saw WPM going for the aggression. We saw SP, and then suddenly out of nowhere, Sin comes through, and I'm just like, wait, what the heck happened there? Everything was just moving so fast. But let's have a look at FV now, where he has had about 223 damage taken, but the damage total wasn't really high. So I think what's really important to talk about here is Sin was prioritizing that, I would say, circle advantage or location advantage, and Sin was also prioritizing making sure that they don't go into fights, just prioritize going for the third party, the pickoffs, and we start to see it happening for this match in particular, and I think it works out in their favor because whenever we see a 4v4 or an aim duel coming through, they never really come up on top.
Yeah, and after all of that effort being displayed by all these teams, I believe that West Point Mamba still hosts the most points possible because of the eliminations that they've acquired throughout the course of the round. We saw the damage being done upon the members of SP and Phantom Reapers. As much as they pull off a solid defense, it came down to the wire when it comes down to 1 versus 1, and Umas definitely had offered the most amount of damage despite Sin members actually securing the MVP, where most often than not, this team knew how to basically pack a punch with 23 grenades to blow everybody off, and SP definitely had enough of these numbers to be able to hold out, and they first flush off teams like Burmese Skulls and many more names that were basically battling for a little bit more of that safe haven through the walls, and Asya have definitely had impeccable skills working it from the outskirts where it was such an open ground, and they still made it pretty far into the game.
I really like the fact that I was just talking about the rise of the new teams, and SP really showed us that, because I just said how SP was very quiet last week. We didn't really see them on the kill feed, we really didn't see them getting all those kills, and now it's as though it's a whole new week for them. I just talked about how some teams take some time to warm up, and perhaps week 2 might just be the week where these teams actually wake up. SP has been phenomenal. They have really good teamwork, but coming into a team like WPM who prioritizes or is actually thrives in this, I would say, high pressure quicker situations, it might be a little bit hard. But looking at the travel distances for most of these teams, SP, I think in their ideas for their rotations, they don't try and go for those very, I would say, complicated rotations. They go for getting that placement, holding their compound, and I think it's been working out so good in their favor.
That's right, of course. Going back to the highlights where we saw the initial fights happening, I believe that Sin has just masterfully handled all these form of team fights in close quarters where they charge into Burmese Skulls at first, and they still walk out with majority of their members alive heading into the final battle. And then we got this clutch coming in from Kaya. What an absolute beast of a performance that he put on.
Honestly, I think it's a really important point to talk about as well, because I think there was a lot of hope put on KE, especially after their aggressive run, and it seemed like they were doing so very well, was pick after pick after pick. Now the problem with KE is the same problem I talked about all the time, not being able to reset and running out of resources, and on top of that, in the middle of that rotation getting picked off has been very hard for them. But regardless, their placement points wasn't exactly the worst. 7th is still very great, honestly. When you think about it, Astro still managed to get a few pickoffs before he went down, but WPM, regardless of not getting that chicken dinner, still has 22 points. This is the points that they kept getting last week as well. Number 22 might just be their lucky number. Now, Sin, the team with the most with the chicken dinner for tonight, with 6 eliminations and 10 rank points, is the one with the chicken dinner. And I think that what's really cool as well is the fact that they were prioritizing getting that chicken dinner. It worked out well for them, but because they lacked in terms of eliminations, is what is not able to kind of like snowball them to the top side. But this is where the question begs, right? Are you gonna go for the placements on the chicken dinner, or are you gonna go for those kills? Which one that benefits you more?
I guess like for West Point Mamba, why not have both? 2 matches in a row, they've been relatively consistent, where currently they've been able to acquire the top position with 35 points on the block. Sin winning that chicken dinner will be able to push themselves up ahead in second place, and Austria is currently on third with the amount of effort from Astro to bring it all the way back. Now, heading into second pager here, majority of the teams here are still not really having the best of time adjusting, and therefore you see it's mainly just single-digit mark for the time being for GE, H2O, all the way down to Axis, who have yet to find a single point. But we didn't really see Axis participating in this matchup, therefore they still have another 3 matches
Very quiet, actually. Yeah, we haven't really seen them at all when you remember that. But coming back into, you know, some of these teams, right? Because you're seeing this very, very heavy aggressions coming through for Austria, BG, SP as well, and WPM. And this also is an adjustment for a lot of teams. How do we punish this aggression? How do we not allow them to trample all over this? Because if you see in terms of placement points, their placement points are not the highest. It's literally just kills. Like Austria had 14 points in their pocket, which is honestly insane. So how exactly do we counter this? Are we gonna go to our, I would say, our locations earlier and hold it off? Or are we gonna play a little bit more passive but go for those third parties? And in the situation, Austria has been great. WPM has been great with those third party picks, but how exactly do we want to counter a team that's so good at getting those picks?
Yeah, of course, it will definitely give them a little bit of time to think of how to basically handle some of these situations. For the time being, we'll go on a short break, and when we do come back, it's another round of Aaron Gal. And welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard region, Spring 2023. It is Contra right here, along with Tash Bunny as your caster for the entirety of today's run. So far, we've already seen 2 chicken dinners backed by the Philippines, and we're looking at other regions. Can they step up to the wrath that has been offered by all the Filipino teams that have been able to show up so strong into this matchup?
You know what's the most interesting thing about this momentum coming through? We were questioning last year, like the Filipinos, how they love to play. Honestly, like just pressing the front button and going very, very aggressive. It felt like they were punished over and over. But it seems like they have perfected this art of playing aggressive, perfected how they want to time their hits, and it's been working out so very well. But before that, let's talk a little bit about our first item in the shop, which is the Neon Assassin's Power. And honestly, this is a very, very nice cosmetic to have. It looks really cool. And I'm loving the fact that every single season that we have these new outfits for PUBG Mobile, it looks really good.
Yeah, and of course you gotta be the one wearing those capes by the night time and just having fashion sense that's definitely way futuristic upon the current times itself. So that's how you do get yourself a little bit of the edge against everybody else to get that chicken dinner. So other than the Power 4, there's also other collaborations in store that you guys can also check out. Namely, the Silver Guru set. It is the brand new ultimate set that's currently available across the PUBG Mobile store. So it's time for you to top up and get this one in the back, because you gotta look like a grandmaster while you style on them with this brand new weapon skin.
Style on them. I love that. I really like that. We also have one more set for you guys, don't forget. But don't worry, as we talk about the Silver Guru a little bit more, I think I'm really liking the particle effects for this particular item. But here we are, what I was talking about. The new Royal Pass is available right now. And I think like if you guys cannot afford the more expensive, instantaneous, I would say, collectibles, I think this is a nice little option. It's number one. Number two, you play a little bit of the game, you get it unlocked. As I said before, the Mousy Knockout Backpack is really cute. I really want it. On top of that, they have the Telescopic Fist as well. Imagine just styling on someone to give them. I'm sorry, I'm copying your word, Contra, because it's a really cool word. Don't
worry, I know there's a whole lot of style and fashion all across, and you can also look exactly like Bruce Lee, the martial arts master himself, where he has finally arrived to all your maps in PUBG Mobile. So with that being said, I believe that you can basically hold no more punches with him on board, and this is something brand new where we have the limited favorites on sale, the Terrorfang Car 98K.
I don't know how she's holding it, because like in my opinion, if that thing is made of lava, my fingers would already be on fire, blisters all over the place. But it looks really mad cool. Fantastic. I have to say, it looks fantastic, and it's one of those, I think, like those guns that if you don't have a skin for it, you should definitely get it, because I'm the type of person who really likes to have a skin on every single weapon and character I own. So if you're like me, grab it right now. And speaking of grabbing it right now, let's grab yourselves a follow here on the PUBG Mobile pages across TikTok as well as our YouTube pages. This is where you're going to be watching the lives happening as well as the latest updates.
That's right. Heading into Match 3, Group E will be sitting out for the time being. Therefore, we won't be having West Point Mamba as well as Sin main team. 2 of the highest fraggers of the past couple of rounds who have already gotten their own chicken dinner. So with them out of the way, there's more chances for all the other teams to actually get a shot at the chicken dinner themselves. And same goes to all the other regions on top. So this being the final round of Angle, the teams that are hoping to really come in swinging probably will be looking at teams like Austria, SKR Equal, as well as Yangon Galacticos.
This is where things are heating up, honestly. I can't believe we're already on map, what, number
3?
4? We're on map number 3 today. It's been really, really fast. We're talking about momentum today. Momentum has been insane. And we did see a slowdown yesterday from day 3, I believe, all the way till the end of the week. And I thought that it's going to be continuing this way. But because of how these teams operate, how their eyes are on the prize in terms of eliminations and then toward placement, it kind of gives a shift in idea. Because I have always been talking about finding that sweet spot between survivability as well as kills. But if you have teams like WPM, like Austria, they don't necessarily have the placement points. There's just straight up going for those kills. And I think it's a whole new way of approaching this game in terms of getting those points.
That's right. And and I do love this type of meta where you see a lot more frags, a little bit more of that feistiness being shown by all these former teams. So now preparing for what's about to come, teams have been able to also establish grounds of their own and also go for some certain challenges. Anchor PUBG got overwhelmed by the rest of H2O early on, so let's see, maybe that may actually happen again if both of them are on the block. And yes, indeed they are, because in this group that will be involved, only West Point Mamba, Sin main team, 5 of Danger, as well as Falcon Esports won't be in this particular match. Everybody else can contend for that chicken dinner and kill enemy, named KE, has been really raking all those points back in the first map in game 2. Maybe not too much of a showing, so maybe this could be their shot.
Man, I'm really hoping APG comes back on top. I don't know if you guys know, but last year I actually interviewed APG, and every time I interview, it would always be Zero talking. And every time I would ask him, hey APG, hey Zero, what did you guys eat today? And they would be like, oh, we ate fried rice. And I'm like, oh, maybe that's the reason why you guys got a chicken dinner. And it actually became a meme for APG for a little while. I'm really hoping to see that once again, because they did have a few. Regardless, eyes on the map right now. Erangel coming up. What do you think, Contra? This is a a very southern side map, flight map path, I believe.
Yeah.
And ouch, I don't like this flight path.
Yeah, it's coming in from the corners of South George, headed into the island, so it's pretty much skewered into the islands. And most of these teams that are looking to stretch into the Rozak will really have to find those vehicles, and this is a little bit worrisome because I'm suspecting a lot of all these contests just to get themselves
Everyone's gonna run to Georgia Paul.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna run to Georgia Paul because that's where you're gonna get the vehicles, right?
Perhaps so. And then maybe there's a few more in Gatka. Yeah.
Run them over. Run them over. I'm sorry. I just like chaos, okay, Contra? Like, that's the best kind of situation, right? You see chaos. You see people getting run over. Maybe you'll see those... What are those bicycle things with the little... We can fly with them on top. I forget what they're called.
The trike? Or are you talking about the bicycle? There's also a bicycle in the game.
Yeah, but you can fly with it.
I guess, oh, the parasail, was it?
Yeah.
Paraglider. Yeah.
I mean, I know we don't really see players take that, but what if, right? What if someone actually gets mad kills with that? Like, just fly over someone's head, just dunk them at the top. That would be really cool. But speaking of that, that southern circle, not the best situation. This week is cursed.
Yeah, I would absolutely want to see some of all these high-flying action from the air, you know, like from paraglider, like you said. But unfortunately, once you're in the paraglider, I believe that you could carry weapons on top. So maybe there will be a little bit of change, especially now with the circle headed into the southwestern side of the plains. Most often than not, you just see vehicles floating into that open space instead. I mean, I've talked too much about paragliders to talk about floating cars. Maybe that's a new tech that they may be implementing in the future of PUBG Mobile. But for the time being, you know...
They should never disable the weapons. PUBG Mobile, please. Make it so you can shoot from the top. But you can fly. You can't fly. You cannot control your plane as you shoot. So you either crash or you get a kill.
True enough. And now with Vipers going for that early rotation, we'll just absolutely dodge a little bit of pressure across the Gatka fields. Spooky's going to be able to find easy, taking one member off of 5 of Danger. They're not really having the smoothest time thus far. The team have been struggling to keep members alive from the get-go. And 5 of Danger, despite having a solid performance from the past week itself, it's not really showing up strong in these early rounds.
Vipers started off strong today. We talked about how they managed to overwhelm a team, and we're seeing a different story today, but then suddenly they went quiet. And I'm wondering whether Vipers is a team that relies on momentum, that relies on that idea that, oh, we're doing so hot today, you can keep going. But I'm really hoping it's not. But for BG, your copium pick just now actually almost made it through. It's actually crazy
Yeah.
that you saw that potential coming through. You saw that they are able to make it out on top. They have just a nice little mix of survivability and kills. You're not going too aggressive, and I think they really learned from that overheat from last week.
Indeed. And then we took at the current standings on the right side of the screen. Burmese Goals have acquired 9 points, almost breaching into the double digits to join along the ranks of SP Sin as well as West Point Mamba. Oh, incredible shots being fired on the moving vehicle. He did a little bit of damage, but that's not going to be a knock just yet. Rain opting to go in for an obscure weapon that we don't always see every single day. A DP combo with a VSS. So VSS does enable you to already have an attachment of a 4 times on it, and then you have a suppressor on that sniper, but it's the least damaging sniper out there because you're opting to spray instead of tap. So it really requires a little bit of precision, plus it's using like 9mm bullets, or now maybe adjustment. I'm not too sure if it's using ACP, but I've got to get back on my fact check. So that weapon itself doesn't really deal as much damage as possible, which is why we don't really see majority of these players use it all too much. But a player from Thailand is very well renowned for it, because Matt Toy, back then the captain of Team Secret, has been famously using the VSS to really look for kills, but that's usually in Sanhok, in a smaller map where you gotta sneak around. In big maps like this, sometimes it doesn't matter if you make some noise.
Maybe it's just something that he found very early. It's not something that he wants to hold on to, especially as you are going for those loots. But coming into YG, I believe they have another player playing. I don't think I saw Romeo Boy playing last week, unless I'm having a fever dream. I'm gonna have to check that out. Regardless, for this particular circle, I think it's one of those circles that can be very hard to navigate. I'm really liking WPM. They're very brave. This confidence is great because they know that they can rely on their own firepower. They know that they won't get picked off and playing far apart from each other. But as for GLab today, I think that this is not the situation where they want starting today. They only have 2 points as of right now. They were knocked early. They didn't have the run as aggressively they want I would believe last week. And I know that they have this potential. I know they have a game plan, but it seems in this situation as well, because of how the circle has been very, very, I would say today's circles have been very, very unconventional. It's not the circle that you would definitely get in a normal game.
Yeah.
And I was talking to some players previously, right? And I think when it comes to their scrims, when it comes to their drills, it's always in the idea that the circle will be coming in toward the normal areas. It's because it's so rare to get this, like I would say, very, very pulled down south circles or island circles or water circles, that it's better off to kind of prepare for something more, what's the word, consistent, than for something that's a little bit outlandish.
Yeah, I guess that makes that makes PMPL a little bit special, right? Than how teams actually handle a curveball of a certain terrain. And with most of these players early on in the past round of Erangel battling inside of Gatka, and it's not just the usual flat plane where everybody's on equal flat terrain. It is in the middle of certain sections that's closing into its quarry. Now it's going to be pretty similar as well. So the teams that have played in that previous round will have slight adjustments at the very least to know that, hey, that past round, sure, certain things worked out, certain things didn't work out. So they could go run it back once again, and perhaps for WPM, they could just continue to do exactly the same. And for the rest of the others, they could just figure things out on their own, whether if you want to take things slowly, or you gotta just run right directly into the center circle, which some teams might actually favor their luck when they do so.
I'm just looking at the rank on the side there. Look at how many points WPM has managed to rake in today. It's actually insane how they've been playing, how aggressive they are, how they're really quick for those third-party picks. And on top of that, like, they're not playing far away either. They're not playing long-range picks and running away. They're literally in the midst of that fight. They're ready just to jump in and just, like, be that. If you know there's a third party in your relationship, like a guy and a girl's having a fight, just hopping through, yeah, you're gonna be doing that. But let's put a stop to that story. Is in trouble, and I've got, what the heck was that? Hello! So rude, but it works out so well in their favor. knocks off 2 players. Guap goes down. Outside play zone, Halilanju goes down. And what was that?
Man, that's some really crazy plays, and we really don't expect that to actually happen. And it really is something that is a little bit ridiculous of how he just pulled it off. A devil move coming in from those members of Falcon, but now Game Labs once again being a little bit of a menace, as they do have 2 members of Axis Fada hiding on that basement. Of course, that was implemented some time ago. Now G Labs is just trying to bomb them out, dropping grenades over on the lower section. Axis Fada could still hold out. There is ample of spacing, but they're basically circling them like eagles. And Game Lab, they could just play the waiting game. They don't really have to worry about that. And if they don't take them out, the Blue Zone will.
Newbie outside the zone managed to get the reset. Axios wants to go for the aggression coming through. They are coming in from 2 different areas. Amir and Nasty, the 2 frontliners here, might be in trouble. It's a 2 versus 3 situation on the bottom side. CC coming in with the cavalry, wants to push up here, is maybe playing the long range, making sure that no one is rotating on the outer side. Amir does go down eventually. CC might be a little bit too late here to go for the aggression. The rotation's a little bit too long as Amir, Nasty goes down. Amir goes down as well. CC gets caught out. What is going on with their rotation? The timing's a little bit off and it's not in their favor at all.
Axis still not really having the best of fights, and not even the rotation favors them as well. Now, with them being clipped by the Blue Zone, it's just down to Baby to just play the waiting game. Hopefully enough, she will have enough packs to survive for the time being. Game Lab just knew what exactly to do, zoned them off completely. This is the situation that I foresee coming, because end of the day, once you're wrapped around, anybody that's still not inside the building is the only one that can help them get away with things. And, of course, it took too long, and Axis down to 1.
Oh man, Axis, this is the story that happens again and again every week. But let's have a look at YG. Romeo Boy with the opening already for the first pick. We were just talking about YG just now, how they've been a little bit quiet today. It looks like they want to change the situation as SK are in trouble. Mewtwo, what are you going to do about it? You may be very strong in that Pokemon movie, but it's not going to be happening this time. As his teammate Tia, he wants to go and pick up his teammate, but I don't think in this situation it's going to be able to. He has no clue where the other members of YG are. The smokes isn't doing him any favors either. Not Yahiko, just looting, trying to get some extra, I would say, resources as he comes through, but he does pay for it, does take damage for it. And here comes the other members of YG, meeting up with Marne, slowly making their way forward. Be very, very careful not to push a little bit too forward, as they are aware that Vipers do have the potential to strike back.
Yeah, Vipers, despite them just hurtling inside the warehouse, the moment that they swarm in as well, YG might just be overwhelmed with the DP that could just burst them down with overwhelming bullet as well as damage. And for the time being, at least for the 2 of these teams that we mentioned, they will still be within that circumference of the circle. Now with Barbie's goals once again predicting really well, cutting in from the southern side, and they won't be challenged at the moment, but there is a drive in from the rest of SK are equal, and perhaps that might just be a little bit of fight between the Myanmar team as well as SKR. Falcon, some really proactive measures coming out from the team, where we saw them really going all out on those battles outskirt. Now, they will have to rotate pretty much further forward. Ranger sees APG passing by, but not that he could basically trade back at the time being in these open fields. So it will be a little bit of a shuffle going on in terms of positioning for majority of the teams, whereas GE found himself a little bit more of that advantage through these compounds. And Game Lab, they're about to look for a contest, and I think like Scotty spotted somebody in there. And of course, with that retaliation, Kai's got to make a move. He lose 2 tires and will be dropped out of the vehicle instantly.
The aggression coming out from GE is going out very, very well. I think GE, while we didn't see the best outcome for them, but GE is still maintaining the same way of play. Consistency is key. And hoping that this consistency might come up on top there. They do know that Newbie is on one side. They keep their eyes forward, but they did get one knock. And look at where Kai is. It's all the way out there in the open. Yes, you have smokes, but if the team decides to just spray through, it's gonna be a problem. There is a reposition from Dragon. And remember, Dragon was the first one to get knocked out earlier. Despite that, Kai not able to be saved despite the smokes, but we're moving our eyes over on WPM versus SKRs. Yeah, not Yahiko does go down. I did see a grenade kind of come out there, but it's not even close to the members of WPM. Michi out here wants to go for the long-range picks, does not spot out anyone just yet. So because they're playing these really close angles, these really tight corners there, SKR cannot run anywhere. Either the blue zone gets them, they drown, or they go down eventually. It's gonna be not Yahiko to go down. We see Tia playing in the waters, hiding under the water, but how long can he hold his breath? And like you watch movies, right? You try to hold your breath, how long can he do it?
Well, I'm not too sure. Sometimes James Bond can do it for, 20 minutes at max, right?
And James,
but he ain't no James Bond, right? So no Tiak just gotta wait for the time being as Baby still finds a run in for Atif and will still crash out. Still looking for that 1-pointer, but APG will still have their members intact. So I guess that's a valiant attempt coming here from Axis Fada, desperate for those points. Sometimes you just gotta try to ruin the chances of other teams at the same time. But just looking at the circle, we understand why Axis Fada couldn't really wrap into that area. Everywhere from the North Point has been circulated by certain teams. H2O gated the way, and we also do have FVE having some really smooth course through the North Point. Now, Game Lab having Newbie in the middle of the open. Enigma tries to pry into the smoke, but won't be able to find anything just yet. But these might just be a number for the member in particular. Game Lab can't really get out of that sticky situation.
Here comes the aggression coming through here from SP as well as GE coming through. Sin already planning to pick onto the member of SP. This is a trouble as Raul from the other side with the spray and pray. Just joining in on the fight. Eventually Sin does go down. 15 plays, no eliminations. We saw them just attacked from so many different areas. It was such an open area. And in this situation for SP, not the best kind of outcome. Sorry, Sin. But for now, SP is also in trouble. One member already knocked down. They do get the revive. And you can see the cut noise is just coming through here. But it doesn't matter because they're not able to get that reposition.
Yeah, and it's really surprising to see Sin bow out so early on, especially when they had great 2 games involved where they were finishing with a chicken dinner previously in Erangel. Despite the similar circumstances, they were attacked too late to the scene where majority of the teams this time have rotated way faster than the previous game. They've already adapted, and therefore it became so troublesome for them to actually cut right in, getting cut off before even picking up any fights. Therefore, 0 points for them. Viper now having Deji on the ground. No members being seen from the rest of Vipers as well. Marnado finds QB in the middle of the forest as they're battling in between Gatka as well as the Pier.
I'll save you, QB. Caps is just circling around, trying to get some information there. But eventually does find one, hits him straight in the face. I was just talking about running people over, and Caps, thank you so much for that. Ranger, you can see that on the left side, finds Polly, but let's have a look at the rest of Enigma here. The repositions come through as he does get a knock here, as WT coming in from a long rotation on the other side. Wants to meet up with his teammates if possible, but just go for a different area of this, I would say, field, because this is a very, very drop and safe field as Romeo boy, he gets the pick, but he still gets blown to smithereens. Very beautifully done as Caps blows out Marnie in the process. Whoa, no.
And WT understands that this is not the fight that they really want to pick, which is why he rotated very early to find a place to hide. Therefore, YG can only play for position as they are currently struggling in this matchup in particular. Enigma bouncing back up after a little bit of a dismal performance from a couple of rounds, which only acquired them 3. This time, starting off the game really strong, already securing those 4 pointers up ahead. APG, same case of the story, though they did lose 2 members, and losing Kid really dampens down their firepower, whereas at V, they got Ranger being knocked out, and I believe it was Moxie as well.
Saw Sin knocked out quite early, I feel. 0 points for them. I think that this might just put a halt for their dreams, at least for next 2 rounds, to catch up with WPM. And WPM still very healthy. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to go and steamroll again, but Chun Li rather, sprays from the outside. I was surprised that he wasn't able to get picked just yet. It's a little bit hard from that range. And you have to remember, this game also does have that bullet fall as well that you have to worry about. So a reposition might be necessary. Now, no one really in the middle of the circle, but given the fact that WT had repositioned himself into a small little shack, does give him a little bit of advantage. But he's all alone there. Might be really scary if someone to hit him from all different sides.
Exactly. Game lapse, bow out with 5 points being secured. Well, actually, they still have one more member still left intact. It looks to be that they have been able to really amplify their activity in this matchup after having a little bit of that blowout into the midst of the battles. And now H2O only relying on Labo here to really get more going on for team. We see Fred joining into the fray as well. Whereas West Point Mamba wants to go up close and personal, challenging the members of SKR Equal. Notia holding a grenade by his own, but Michi has ample of room to cut across, and there goes the final member of SKR. No points in particular in Erangel.
Man, this is a very, very different situation here, as Chewy is just probably heart beating in his throat. Fredall's gonna find him eventually, gonna go down. And honestly, right now for H2O, they're just still trying to find the final man, which is Raul, and he's keeping very, very safe. Now, given the fact that he is in a very, very flat line, I think he needs to be careful. But it's going to be Panda as well as Dabe gonna go down to GE. And they finally get eliminated and just bow out of the game. Jigsaw as well. This is a very, very quick GE, and I think they've really changed their momentum here. They start off the game really, really hot. And with all those pickoffs, it's looking really good. And you know who else is looking really good? BG as well. But have a look at where Chun-Li is. And I think it's been really great for them because Chun-Li has not moved at all. That scope is doing him a lot of favors. He puts in that damage. He doesn't really manage to get those knocks, but it's really honestly depleting that team from all of their resources. It's not allowing them to rotate. It gives Chun-Li all of the information he needs. That reposition, he just actually passes by GE, but thankfully gets out no problem at all because John is the one they have their eyes on. John eating up so much damage. Nearly gonna be lobbied here. Nang as well. Kanzi pushing out as Chun-Li meets up with his teammates. Want to go for the battle.
This is the most aggressive I've seen coming in from Falcon for today. And this is where they find themselves a fighting chance, going for a little bit more to wrap around across those smokes as well. Now they're locking their eyes on GE, who has established that compound for themselves. Needing to turn back to save Goblin as the rest of West Point Mamba has been able to wrap around from the south side, and now it's West Point Mamba sandwiched in between Enigma as well. Whereas, out of all these many teams that has been so aggressive, everybody's been picking up at the very least an average of 5 pointers, and everyone's really going all out. Scotty still finds Amura, and the rest of G-Lab, they won't be obliterated, but they did secure 5 points before moving out in 7th place.
WPM with the repositions, they don't have the high ground here compared to Enigma. So they need to be careful as they move forward there. And we see that no one actually has a circle except for BG. May W so far away from his teammate. I'm really liking this idea because it number one, feeds them the information of who's coming inside. Number two, they have a lot of, they can go for those backstab if they want to. But with FCON moving forward now, WPM is in trouble as Chun-Li does get knocked down into a 1-for-1 situation here. And it's a great situation because they are eliminating, they are dominating 5 kills in their pocket. You know what, let's just keep going. Finds Goblin, who just got revived as well. This is not the best situation to be in for FCON. WPM staying very safe, making sure GE cannot get them. It's a really nice angle they're playing it with here. You can see how Michi is trying to get information, trying to see here. Gets to jump up, immediately sprays downstairs, gets the information. No one there, great. Because they are very, very, I would say the game sense is very high, but they are still at the point where they're making sure that every corner is being checked, no rocks unturned. Because if they were to get backstabbed just because of one player, it's not the best way to go, and they don't want that to happen.
That's right. Now, down to this top 6 where everybody's having a good chance at it. H2O, despite having only 2 pointers in, they did have that circle early on. So I wonder if they're going to be able to survive the outwrap of the rest of Purpose Ghost, who's currently getting pincered. And Falcon's final member has been spotted out. Great sharp eyes coming from Itchy to secure the final pick. And now they move into the top 4. The rest of H2O crashes out as well, securing a top 5 position. And now chances are pretty much equal despite Enigma losing 1 member out. Now Smokey is going to be the one to be on the ground. Don't really think that there's much time as well as space for them to be bought because the rest of West Point Mamba is already swarming in the way. And shots being fired from the side of Itchy. He just gets that perfect bird's eye view across Gatka. since he got to climb up into the rooftop, but he's already done and does it with whatever angles necessary, got the information they need, and thus are settling for the rest of Enigma, leaving only one more member standing.
WPM just honestly so aggressive today. It's working on their favor despite not having the high ground advantage. Enigma is gonna eventually bow down to them. Mix does get knocked, no problem to get the revive coming through. Have to be careful because BG, this is a whole new BG this week. Top 3 for them. But WPM currently with 10 elimination in their pockets. Honestly, a whole new record for how aggressive they can play. Now BG, they're inside of the circle. They're playing together in this little shack. Like it or not, WPM have to push forward. They want to go for the aggression because they're not even close to being inside of the circle. And coming down from that terrain is going to be a problem because right now, BG has their eyes on them. GE has their eye on them as well. And they're taking all of this damage from Edward. It's so hard to really pinpoint. What? Did he just throw a nade in that building or was that a smoke? Hopefully it was a smoke. Regardless, MW all alone there and trying to take all the attention away from them.
Yeah, BG coming with this form of split angle gives them a lot more of that coverage ground where West Point Mamba has already been basically pincered out, and eventually they have to make a move. But the question is, with that few seconds on the clock, will that circle actually favor the rest of West Point Mamba? GE closing in at the very same time. And this is where it's a weird three-way battle between all these teams. Smile gets that pick over onto Ichi, so the far wide angle of flank won't be in effect, but they still have a must to try to find where exactly the shots are coming from upon the rest of GE.
Oh, here comes BG. The aggression comes through. Circle not in their favor. They have to push up. GE now eating up all of that damage. Care package to the front. Edward gonna tag out Master Chi. No problem to get that revive actually, but pushing out here is the problem because it is a sort of slope coming through here. But look at this pincer coming through. It's a really nice rotation. Here they come. And regardless, WPM still very much alive. Just trying to reposition. They have to take this fight against GE if they want to even get close to the circle.
They're just trying to negate the entry point for the side of West Point Mamba, and perhaps they just settle for the scores of having higher elimination points. Whereas for Burmese Goals, advantage in their hand, they get all these wide angles of coverage. Having one member sneaking in, MayW really got to hold at least a member back in order to make this very effective for the top tier team out of the Myanmar region. Whereas for the Philippines, all hope lies in the back for the side of WPM to try to pull wonders of this really difficult quarter. And they're still going for long-range tabs, looking for Edward.
Situation for WPM, they are going to push forward here. They do have the high ground advantage. They have everything in their side, playing it very, very safe. 4-man advantage regardless. But look at where the other members are. BG is so far away. No clue where MayW is. But they do know that for GE, they do have their sights onto them. But if you see the separation from MayW from the rest of the team here, it's going to be a problem for them because they don't know when the pincer is coming to. They don't know when the rotations are going to come up here. But WPM, this aggression from GE, they need to stop it because it's not doing them any favor. It's not allowing them close into the circle at all. And no one has advantage because now everyone is just playing the prone game because this area, the circle's in, is very, very flat.
Yeah, and now that there's no coverage as well, Burmese Goals could actually be attacked by GE with all these wide angles being covered over on the left-hand side. They spot Smile through the smoke, and eventually Edward does get a little coverage coming from the haystack. He will have to hide, but his foot is caught in the way, and my goodness, what a sharp shot coming from the side of Ichi, and West Point Mamba strikes right back. 2 members down. And this is where GE loses one, at the very least. West Point Mamba opts to push up ahead, and Umas gets caught out.
Ooh, Umas, the aggression is gonna punish him. The car explodes, but the other members are gonna have to learn that they have to play it very, very slow and steady. Regardless, with Master Ichi, this is a very nasty corner that he's gotten. Finds Amura. Yikes, not the best way to go. Amura immediately gonna be taken away by WPM. Steals it away. Not the best outcome they want, but WPM is just so patient. They have all their eyes on everything. If you notice, they're very, very alert on how exactly they want to play this. But as for Edward, all he has for cover is this haystack. He sees the members of WPM, tags them, gets some damage in. Unfortunately, with no knocks, it's not going to do him any favors.
He's only got 1 minute to make a move. Now that he does have a couple of smokes to buy as much time necessary to cut into the next hideout where we see a broken vehicle in the middle of the street. But I don't even think he can make it out alive. This circle shift has not favored the rest of Burmese Goals. And same goes to the rest of West Point Mamba, where they are a little bit further away, but they've been turtling in. 7 elimination points, best amount of scores possible heading into this round, but now down to a 3v3, and they are now being stuck into close quarters where Itchy will have mates being sent in the way. 1 member left for the side of WPM.
This is a very, very slow stop to a very, very high-paced game because all teams are understanding that trades are gonna be happening from so many different areas. Amas gets blown up, but it looks like dinner with our chicken dinner gonna go to GE despite WPM's valiant efforts. Regardless, WPM has had a very good run tonight, very aggressive, unstoppable at one point, but let's see how many kills they managed to get before the end of the game.
What a run coming in for Genesis, where they've been held back for the longest of time by West Point Mamba, and they have been able to find that distance, create more space for themselves, and then they took on this 3-way point of battle, and they found out where exactly those members of Burmese goals are, and then they go ahead to lock onto their target once again. Once the circle shift closer and closer, and they found that leverage, and West Point Mamba, they were held back by Burmese goals at the same time, where it was quite difficult to really call who's really getting the advantage until eventually Burmese goals deplete, and GE really got to thank Itchy for that, where he's done possibly the most amount of damage in the field.
Oh man, I can't believe this situation. Because GE, we saw them being clipped from so many different angles, but I like the fact that even though they were down one person, they weren't able to push out forward, they still maintained that pressure onto WPM, not allowing them to play together. Because we all know that for WPM, I pretty much think that their specialty is being able to play really close and with the run and gun and sprays. And understanding and not allowing them to do that has given them so much leverage in that situation as well. Even though BG was the one that had the circle advantage in terms of playing I would say, the field, but because they didn't have the high ground, or at least the side of the hill, it's a little bit hard for them to really pick out where everyone can be. And yes, you can see the movements coming through from the ledge there, but GE was the one that's not allowing the pressure, not allowing to move at all to get any shots, because every time they were to peek out, GE immediately responds.
Yeah, and for GE, they also did understand that there also is a couple of terrains that they could work with. They were hiding behind trees, as well as a couple of rocks, and the natural terrain that gives them a little bit more of a solid defense as compared to West Point Mamba, as well as Burmese goals. But it was still great exchanges, nonetheless, that we've even seen Enigma being a team that was actually holding onto that forest region for so long until they were overwhelmed by some of the members of West Point Mamba, of course. Now, despite all of that going on, I think a lot of the teams in this particular match in South Erangel have been able to secure high amount of frags by itself. So perhaps there might just be actually exchange of hands, even though GE did get that chicken dinner. I really have to take a look if other teams actually surpass them on that frag amount. So with that being said, that was our entirety of Game 3 concluded, and we're definitely going to be looking into all these highlights that's going to be brought forward in a moment's time.
Ah man, BG is just really showing up this particular week, and I think that from map number 1 all the way till now, it's been really great for them. Very, very aggressive. We did see sparks of it last week, but it felt like hesitation has been their biggest enemy. And coming into this week for BG, it felt like for BG in particular, overcoming that obstacle, that mental obstacle of playing aggressive, has worked out wonders for them. They've been consistently on the top side toward the entirety of today. And I think this opening really shows a statement to everyone. Like, just because we were at the bottom of the ladder last week doesn't mean that we are out for the count just yet. Now, WPM did still maintain the momentum, the aggression, those pickoffs, but GE as well has been really good at just holding and dealing with those high pressure situations, creating pressure onto other teams, not allowing them to play with each other, not allowing them to push forward, has been phenomenal. And they are going to go for 22 points. WPM, despite the 13 eliminations, because they only have 6 points, they're going to be ending up with 19. Not the worst way to go either. And BG, right now in 3rd place with 5 rank points and 7 eliminations, give them 12.
Yeah, and we see the points really inch closer and closer for a majority of all these teams. And we see even early battles that have reaped rewards for teams like H2O, Game Lab, as well as Falcon. I think like the biggest surprise was really Falcon's performance. You saw how aggressive, where we even see them run around with their buggies to secure all these elimination points, and then Anchor PUBG as well as YG had a little bit more of that bounce back of momentum until that further circle sways them into this difficult scenario in Gatka once again. So that was pretty much about it for our third match, and we're going to be moving forward for our fourth round. So before we get to that, of course, Tash, I think like we've seen a lot of all these team fights that have been able to go in favor for majority team, but West Point Mamba, they've been looking mighty fine for all the rounds that they've been playing.
Yeah, WPM is definitely a team that is, I would say, the epitome of go big or go home. They go into these big fights, they come up on top, they're very confident in their firepower, very confident in their team play, very confident in their positioning, and it's actually crazy when you think how aware each player is. Because I always thought that they would be knocked by I would say a backstab, but it never seemed to happen because they are going to be replying. But looking at them, given the fact that how they play, look at how much they've gotten in terms of points, and this is day number 1, halfway through night 54. And it's going to be like double of everyone else. Sin and GE 27 points each. Now BG as well, their performance last week was actually on the second page toward the bottom side of the ladder, and look at them now, 4th place, 21 points. I have to say this is a very different BG as we start out the week.
Exactly, and it's so unfortunate for Sin to be taken out without any points being secured in that particular round as well, because they could have actually caught up against West Point Mamba. Now this is a huge point of disparity between number 1 and the rest of the teams that's involved, whereas on the second page, honestly, there's a huge chance where any of these teams who secure a chicken dinner will automatically move into the first page. And even say it so, 5 points of frags should be able to get them by, where H2O now leapfrogs their way into that 11th spot. Hopefully they can maintain this form of pacing where they slowly establish a lot more control, where H2O have definitely been able to reap a lot more of that elimination point from these couple of matches. So that was match 3. Now going back, I think it's about time we hit our way into predictions as well before we get our way into our 4th match.
Okay, so coming into predictions here, we are going to be going into the 4th match of the night. I'm going to be moving toward Miramar, I believe. Now, when we've seen Miramar, I think that coming YG, personally, today YG has not had a good start, and I don't think that it's them in general. It's just literally the circles have been really, really, I think, unpredictable compared to last week. So they are struggling in terms of their rotations. We are seeing that firepower still come through. Now, for FOD, I think FOD, it speaks for itself. They are very aggressive. They haven't been really getting points because their points have been stolen away from third parties. And I think for my final pick of the night, what was it? FOD, YG, and also Austria. I mean, we know who Austria are. They are very aggressive, and I like aggressive players on this particular map. But don't forget to follow us on all of our social media, either TikTok or YouTube. Up to you guys to get all the latest information.
That's right. Of course, you can basically take your time right now. Watch some of all these behind the scenes of all your favorite teams out of all these teams of the wildcard region. And of course, when we go into Miramar, we do have all these teams that have been able to show up strong, especially West Point Mamba. I think out of all these many maps that they've been really consistent with, West Point Mamba's best map ever has been Miramar, where they have secured their very first chicken dinner. And look at the amount of elimination points. If you add all that together currently, West Point Mamba is almost establishing 100 point in this map itself. SKR of Myanmar has also been able to dominate. Same goes to Asia as well as 5 of Danger. But today, doesn't seem like it's the best day for 5 of Danger as compared to the 3 other teams.
Yeah, 5 of Danger's aggression has been doing really well, but the problem with 5 of Danger is that they're not able to secure those kills, and I'm really hoping that they actually finish their food this time. Now, as we go into Miramar, A, B, C, and E, no Group D, and I have to say that without Group D, we'll always be seeing a change because it's no longer those aggressive teams. No GE, no FCON. H2O did pretty good today as well. Enigma, I would say they are 50-50. They haven't really been showing up just yet, but they are still consistent when it comes to those placements. Points.
That's right, and when we come down to what's currently based on momentum, I think like you're definitely spot on when it comes down to your predictions overall. Of course, FOD could always show up now that this is also their level playing field, having a little bit more of that room, especially with the biggest map involved, right? Like you have all the spacing to make huge rotations across the map. And then I'm looking at game labs. We've already seen those slight improvements bits by bits. Those early games didn't really work out for them back in Sanhok. Didn't work out for maybe the first map of Erangel. Hopefully this is where they come in. So I think like we're both on the same page. Asha looking absolutely sublime, especially when you look at Skynet's performance today, really putting up such a tough fight, and you still have Astro surviving to the very end on their first round of Erangel, and then PBE. I'd love to see them really go ham, especially what they've displayed to us back in Sanhok, and I believe they will do a similar methodical plays when it comes down to heading into our final matchup of, well, not final matchup, fourth matchup of the day.
I think Myanmar is a very fun map, and I think like for Ozja, who likes to play this long range, same goes for GE as well. I think it would be really, really good, but no GE on this map means perhaps less aggression than before. But if you come back to the list of the teams playing here, I think that teams that really need to step up is going to be Axis. They've been playing 2 matches already, and they haven't had any points here, and we're still seeing the same problems coming in from last week. It's that rotation, it's that timing, it's that actually meeting up with each other. Yes, they have a 2-2 situation coming along there, but whenever we see them, the 2 players Amir and Nesty go inside as I would say the rushers, we see CC having a very long rotation, not really syncing from the other side, and Baby is just way too far away to make an impact. So perhaps it's something that they can actually explore together to see how exactly they can sync their timing. Regardless, without FCON, GE, Enigma, I mean, you can see GE also likes to play as aggressive, stealing points, but I think that WPM has been like the most when it comes to stealing points. If you notice, there are so many situations where it's supposed to be another person's kill, like maybe FOD, FVE, and then suddenly you see, oh, WPM's on the map getting those picks. Why? Because they're just finishing off their job. It's just finishing off the work because FOD or FVE is not able to push up forward because of how much pressure is coming in from different parts of the map. And because of that rotations, I would say the different rotations of the circle, that's so I would say annoying, because it seems to be ping-ponging, pulling down toward the south. They had a water circle as well at one point. It's gonna be hard to really finish those kills. Yes, when you get those kills, it gives you access, but in this situation, points matter because you want to snowball yourself at the end of the week. You want to go for that bonus. So let's see how they can actually work together to overcome this.
Yeah, I really would love to actually see them be able to do so, because this team definitely is in the gutter for the time being. So it's really no time for them to first feel down about it, because now is the start of a brand new week. There is many more matches to go. 3F pass, so you probably have 17 matches to be played out, and every single moment of all these points that they can gather definitely do count. In particular, even despite certain teams that have had certain struggles the past week, they have been able to get that form of reset. Maybe that faster tempo of play could actually work out for Axis, instead of like take it a little bit too tad slow and then you get clipped off by another team that's eyeing out to take teams rotating way too slowly in terms of timing. So with that said, I believe we are getting ourselves ready for our upcoming map, and we're about to load into Myanmar really shortly.
I think what's really interesting about all of the teams participating in this wildcard is the fact that it's really hard to pinpoint which team does better on which map, because it seems like it's consistent throughout all 3. It's consistent in terms of how they play. It's all a lot of aggression, it's all about momentum, it's all about the positioning, and WPM has been showing us just yet. WPM, GE, even BG at one point. But as we come into the game here, I'm kind of hoping for once today, I'm actually hoping for a normal circle. I mean, a lot of viewers at home love it when it's very chaotic, and that's exactly why we've seen these chaotic games, because of how the circles are a little bit, I would say, weirdly placed. But as we come into Miramar, I think that with the normal, I would say normal circles, it's still going to be a little bit hard, but it's nothing out of the ordinary if a lot of these teams come through. And with normals, I think more normal or conventional circles, we are going to be seeing the actual skill set from these teams really shine.
Yeah, and now that we are also having one of the teams one of the groups not playing, I wonder how does this actually affect the dynamics of all the teams that are currently involved in this first matchup, where Group D, you have powerhouses like Enigma as well as GE, who have just won that chicken dinner, to take a little bit of a back seat. And how would that actually affect their momentum? Of course, they were not involved, so let's get those 16 teams on as we dive into Myanmar.
Always very hyped when you go into Myanmar because you don't really know what to expect in week 2. This is the first Myanmar match here of week 2, match already for number 5. And as I said before, it's really hard to really predict. Every time Contra asks me, hey Tash, what's your prediction for this particular match? And I'm like, I have no clue, but I have to, right? As a caster, I have no clue what to expect. It's probably like 6 teams on my mind, honestly, every single round. Because a lot of these teams not only have consistency, they also show sparks of aggression. They also show sparks that they have really, really good rotations and good team play. What exactly do I want to prioritize over the rest? Because if you notice how it's been working for the past week or so, it's never been one team on the top the entire day. It's always been switching hands.
That's right. I think that the constant right now, especially for today, has to be West Point Mamba, right? 3 rounds in a row, always hitting those double digits and close to securing their chicken dinner. And as a matter of fact, now we are moving into our map inside Myanmar. There's a change of pace coming in from SP as well as Flash Vision as they drop right into the section of the Quarters of Ruins. Man, this town is by the edge of the map, and what are these guys doing here? And Polly immediately goes in for a jump shot and will clip Ranger to take him out.
Oh man. FVE going in for the aggression. Finally managing to get those picks early. It's just working out so much in their favor. Coming in Dabe from the bottom side, just setting up those warning shots to the top side. But it's going to be Panda that comes out on top, gets a kill onto Moxie. And without Moxie, if you remember last week, Moxie is the big hitter for FVE. He's the one that comes up as the MVP. He's the one that comes up as I would say, the savior for the team. Would this affect the team is going to be the question here. We're going to have to see at the end of the day how it's going to work. But because SP was a little bit I think faster when it comes to those early loots, it's given them so much value in terms of playing aggressive. And as we move toward this side of the map, we see WPM, Vipers, as well as Oxys in one different area. This is a very interesting trio of teams to meet.
Yeah, especially playing by the corner of the map. We've rarely ever see battles happening in that particular corner, where this is renowned to be like the Zarki of Erangel itself, where it's just a quiet town, right? And now both sides, especially having that small little scuffle, they will actually give a little bit more spacing. But priority is being given by the side of SP because they've got more coverage when it comes down to loots, that they could get some access to all these items that's currently inside the city. So Flash Vision, the longer they stay, it may not benefit them, especially for both teams itself. It's all the way by the corner of the map, and the circle is currently fielded into somewhat of a central area. And now Amir going for this long-range shot. Axis hoping to find look for a pick, and Rain's just waiting over the top side. It's definitely going to take a while before anyone actually spots him out, but Rain, I think like he's already made some movements. Nasty! He gets clipped!
Oh, what a shot! What a shot from Rain. It like clips down Nasty. Still has to figure out where Amir is, and what Nasty is doing here is pushing himself upwards to feed his teammate that information, and Amir is not making a single noise. Here the shots come out, and Baby coming in from the other side, but Baby is getting tagged from the high ground. It's gonna be WPM. Look how quick they are in getting those early shots. It looks like in terms of understanding that every single high ground are gonna have eyes on top, it did not cross Baby's mind.
And it's quite ridiculous, right? West Point Mamba, they were looting on the south side of the playing field of Los Leones, and there's a little BG involved, and they came in swinging. Now they did lose their top fragger mix in the battle that they locked themselves into. 4-way street, where Itchy now trades back, finds DJ. Should have a little bit of wiggle room for Vipers to come in with the pickup as well. As there's just so many teams inside Los Leones that it's absolutely ridiculous. It feels like we're about to lose at least 2 of them by the end of them leaving this stage 1.
But look at this aggression coming in from Michi. We love Michi and how aggressive he is. We always talk about Migs, but I think like we should really shine a light onto Michi. Daje as well goes down eventually. Yeah. But in this situation, But Axis already down by 3, and we want them to come back in this round. We don't want to end day 1 with 0 points here. If possible, Federalis with the aggression spots out May W, but Elmas does go down here. BG on a rampage. Michi needs to be picked up here. Federalis a little bit too far away from his teammate. Yes, he can go up there, but it's going to be a little bit hard. Vipers, they're playing with this, I would say, this low ground. Catching Michi off guard is doing so well. Michi takes up and eats up all that damage for a long range as well. He has to reposition, but thankfully does not go down just yet. But look at how many people are in this area. It's a real primistic as everyone is holding their compounds, and BG is holding a total of 4. Nice crossfire coming through. High ground as well, and the ability to tell where exactly people are going to be rotating through to feed their info to the teammates. Wait, WPM lost so many players already? I'm so sorry for cutting you.
No worries, man. I mean, like, overall, like, WPM, they were revealing themselves into an open terrain as well. And despite them having very different priorities, they get punished for it, especially when it comes down to BG's position into the water tanks. They found a lot of that opening and all thanks to Edward that did find 2 frags. And after that, it didn't seem like West Point Mamba could even find a fallback plan to cling onto, right? So it really felt like a quarantine section where members of BG, they did find those picks, but they can't afford to move anywhere further. Axis doing exactly the same. And then now you got Army being picked off, but at least we see Chichi trading back, and we'll eventually find 2 members of the side of Burmese Goals. Might just be advantages, and they will eventually eliminate these players, and Federalis still at least steals the kill away from the hands of Axis.
Oh man, Axis has been needing those points, and this is like so good in their favor. FVE right now, if you can see them, they're actually in the blue zone. Now, how exactly is Axis going to be playing this? They're down 1 man, their teammates are so very low, they can't really go for the reposition. There are smokes going around there, but they're so very low to the point that if one single bullet were to actually go their way, they will be knocked down. Now, for FVE, this is Raul. He wants to go and try and stay safe as I believe that he's all alone right now, 1v3, and SP is respecting him, but not enough to throw that nade and blow him to smithereens. It's enough. That's a nade from Panda, who's all the way on the other side.
Yeah, and there's just no way out for this player, despite we had a couple of members of FV that was sharing the same vicinity of that township. Now the blue zone is already set right in. The moment that you are knocked and the play zone is closing out, like, just say goodbye, man. Like, there's just no way that the rest of Flash Vision would be able to even retaliate or think about doing so. So, currently, Flash Vision is struggling alongside with so many other teams that was actually battling outside of Los Leones. Vipers only down to 2 members. The same goes to SKR. We didn't really see as much coming in from SKR early on. And BG, we thought that they had the upper hand. The moment that they tried to move outwards to reach out to other players, that's where Axis came to punish them as well. So it's a lot more activities going across the map in Myanmar in the early stages. And now this is where teams will have to start prioritizing rotations, right? Some of them have already gotten vehicles. Meanwhile, as for Anchor PUBG, as much as they do have vehicles, I think like Shroud is more interested in getting more eliminations for the team. Hiding inside of Chumachera, both sides sharing this wide area of play where they have power overlooking the tall hills. And KE is not a team that they will just simply mess with.
APG today, I think that they really want to make a comeback. They really want to make a statement. We saw them actually come through. There were situations where we saw that spark, that aggression, that pick off, and we're just like, yo, perhaps this would be the moment where they start to go aggressive. Maybe this will be the moment where they just really, really pop off. But it seems like for them, finishing off what they started has been the problems. They would get those picks, they don't finish off the kills, or they would start those little wars or fights or skirmishes, but they get third-partied or just not very aware in terms of their positioning. I think that it's been very, very hard for them because of how aggressive all these teams have been.
Yeah, and overall, like, they really have to find cleaner fights to take than to really poke and prod into a certain team, and then after that, like, other teams challenge back, and eventually they were stuck in the 50-50 scenario where they don't really want to fully commit into what they first started off, and by the time that happens, those third parties will come in. As for most other teams like West Point Mamba, you see full commitment coming from their team. And even when they faltered, you see them walking away with like, what, 2 points? This time around, you know, the streak has finally ended. This is the very first round that West Point Mamba did not secure a top 5 or top 3 finish for today. So, good going for them, but what goes up has to fall as well. So, Sin does have a little bit more of that chance. And going back to Anchor PUBG, yes, today, only finding that 4-pointer definitely is a little bit of a bummer, but it could have actually gone a lot worse for the team, I assume. And majority of all these points were actually coming in from the previous round inside of Erangel.
I think what's been very, very detrimental for W2PM was the fact that it felt like in that earlier fight, they were a little bit too eager beaver, in my opinion. They were a little bit too aggressive. We were just talking about Michi, right? And I remember, like, oh, I really want to talk about Michi, but his aggression actually was, I wouldn't say uncalled for. I think it was the right move, but perhaps an overheat, honestly.
Yeah.
As the teams got picked off one by one because they weren't aware that there are more than 2 teams in front of them. They didn't realize that there was another pair of eyes watching, or rather 4 pairs in this situation, right?
Like how would you expect that area of play would have 4 teams at the beginning of the match? Like,
yeah.
And sometimes when you're so busy dropping into the map and then like you just lock your eyes, hey guys, we have 1 team right ahead of us, let's go and attack them. And then you forgot right behind you, there might just be 6, 7, 8 more parachutes floating in the way. And now, trouble ahead for a majority of all these other players is this is a very difficult circle to play out. It's going to be in the middle of the valley of Monte Nivo, on the spine of possibly the highest altitudes that you could basically find in the game.
Sorry, guys. I jinxed the circle. I was just saying I want a nice circle for everyone now because the circles today have been so unpredictable. And the circle gods were like, oh, she said it. She said it. We're going to pull the circle all the way down south. Why? Because she said it. We don't want her to be right. The world works that way. But anyways, coming back into here. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, this is like I would say a blessing in disguise, especially for Sin. We were just talking about their stopped momentum earlier, and I think it can be frustrating when you're so close to your rival, right, to come on top. And now with WPM out of the way, it gives him so much, I would say, breathing room. The pressure is a little bit less. You don't have to worry too much about trying to go for the catch-up with WPM. You don't have to worry too much about the aggression. Whoa. But wow, look at that slide. I think his tire may have popped just now.
Well,
the reposition comes through from Sonic. He's got to go fast. Going to meet up with his teammate on the other side of the high terrain.
I just love what DX is currently doing. They're just looking for all these rotations and hoping to at least burn out some vehicles, and that could instantly secure them a couple of eliminations if they are successful in doing so. But I want to see a little bit more coordination when it comes down to focus fire, right? Because only when you have 2 members at the very least to focus down on that vehicle, then you can burst it out, or else you don't have enough bullets to empty out.
Oh, here comes Axis. They're going for the aggression coming through here, but Nang doesn't get Trey onto CC. But Nasty, the hero, saves his teammate, but Amir goes down as well. Situation that's not wanted here is Amir out of the way. You see, Zutz tried to make something happen. As Nasty, the only player left alive here. How Foots is playing is just trying to get some information from his teammates. FOD gonna quickly reposition, gonna meet up with their teammates. But I'm just really hoping that Nasty gets the kill onto Nang and then just skedaddles out of there. But this is where I always wonder, like, why the hesitation coming through here? It's just you up there. What is holding you back here? Because everyone knows you are going to be in that compound at that point.
Yeah, now it leaves a little bit more wiggle room for Nasty to wrap things around, to dodge that grenade. He climbs back up to the staircase as that revival is still coming into effect. Nang is still getting his health bars back up, whereas they can start pushing through. Nasty now cornered up. There is a smoke that he could utilize, but instead he's cooking up a grenade. And he's just taking proactive measures to get some cover for the time being. Dropping on the first one, but still needing to dodge many, many more to come, and the cavalry has arrived. Axis Esports, Axis Fighter eventually eliminated, but at least this time around, 3 points back, eliminating a couple of members of BG along the way.
Oh man, look at SP all the way up on the top side of the train, right smack dab in the middle of the map. Bottom side there, occupied by AP BG, but Aaron taking out so much damage from the blue zone, tries to get that kill onto a member of Sin, but he's just driving through and he makes it inside by the skin of his teeth, honestly. That's a very, very high risk play. Now for Asia, I think that today, I wouldn't say that it's the most like the greatest day for them after we've seen what they can offer from last week. But I would say that because even though they're in a situation where they're not necessarily on the top side, I'm liking the consistency of how they play. I'm liking the fact that they're not afraid to go aggressive. I'm liking the fact that despite some rounds not working on their favor, they're still managing to play the same way they're playing without overthinking. But SKR taking in that damage there. KE, David does get killed up, but coming back here, oh my gosh, BG, that is nasty! How are you able to do that? Ring around the rosy, goes down eventually. What on earth is happening? BG is crazy.
Yeah, they're just basically looking for those picks. Meanwhile, we're going back to the side of Asia. Deezer did supplement some damage coming from the bottom of the hill, but he's also being spotted out at the very same time. Things are looking a little bit difficult for these teams to handle Nang. Now, getting knocked for the second time coming. Anchor PUBG suppresses them, but they don't really have all their eyeballs right down the hill where FOD could still basically find a little bit of hiding space. Easy getting tagged from their angle as well. Sando from inside of YG will find another opening pick upon Asia, and WT will cover ground and secure one more point for Yangon Galacticos.
Here comes. Oh, that's a beautiful explosion, but the explosion got nothing. Regardless, if you can see there, G-Lab, they're making explosions happen. Kai all alone here trying to take this 1v2. It's a very annoying terrain for Astro to work on, and they do have to push up here. But here comes his teammate to push up through, but it's gonna be Aaron with the one to knock him down. It's like a plot twist day every day here in the Wildcard. That's why it's called Wildcard, right?
That's right. It's a Wild Wild West right now, or instead, Wild Wild Southeast Asia, where we have Asia now pushing right through Game Lab, now trying to rescue their own teammates. Kai only has so little time. Scotty eventually seeks out Aaron. No more pesky plays coming out of the X to finish onto 13th spot. Game Lab now, 2 members still depleting, and the rest of Asia pressing on this attack. And they're slowly starting to be overwhelmed. There's also Boy hiding at the back as well. So long as Asia pushes forward, they might be caught off guard. And Game Lab, they may just be able to salvage one.
Oh, look at the kind of sound here. Not allowing the information for everyone. It allows for that quiet reposition, a quiet reset. But for Astro, still very proactive, still moving around, still trying to get that information for his teammates. As these smokes are disappearing, this is where things are gonna get dodgy. We see shots coming through here towards Scotty. Scotty eating out some damage that Nate did not do anything for him. And Scotty eventually does go down, and it's gonna go down to Sin. G-Lab in a sandwich situation here. That's a very long-range shot there by Moy. It's crazy how Sin, despite not having that, I would say, that man advantage, they're still doing work. They're still getting those points. They're understanding the fact that before we go down, that we might not go down with a chicken dinner. We are going to at least get more kills here as it's going to happen. KE with the aggression coming through here. Going to stop the aggression of BG. And May W immediately going to be sent to the lock.
Yeah, now that only leaves one more member of Burmese Goals left available. But today, it's been looking relatively good, where they still made it into the top 10. Speaking of which, now Yangon Galacticos, time to shine as they've already backed the most amount of frags in this game, taking out 5 players apiece. 1 member left from the side of Game Labs, and looks like there is going to be a little bit more priority when it comes down to repositioning, when it comes down to Asia's way of approaching this for a stance. And just look at these high heels. Yangon Galacticos is looking to reach the peak at the time being. Kai now having ample space, but he's got to go in for some loots to restock. Or is he going to deny himself? Why is he going all the way far outwards? Because I am certain that's going to be pretty dangerous. Maybe looking for a vehicle to march up ahead.
Oh, man. Very unfortunate situation for Sin with only 2 left. Moy is so far away from his teammate, and getting to the circle is going to be a problem here. Ranger with that scope, doing him a lot of favors. Look at that damage come through there. Gets it in the end as Moy struggles. His teammate not around to get the pickup. Eventually, he might just go down here. For FVE, they're so very happy. They have this nice little terrain to work in. They have a nice building as well to give them that cover. look at how much information they have from that area. And I think for APG, this is their best, I would say, position today. Because if you notice today, they've been actually knocked out quite early.
Yeah, like, and it's also a lot more of a ferocious attempt when it comes down to committing into battles as well. So finally, they have adapted and adjusted to the course of play, and perhaps Myanmar would be their usual playground where they've been able to reap more rewards. I definitely have to fact check on that once again. But 6 points now matching up to the speed and power of Yanga Galacticos, definitely proving to be quite the challenge for the top tier team.
Oh, Marne.
And Marne is going to find another one from down below. And I'm really surprised to also see that certain teams are actually located in very deep terrains at the moment, especially for KE. They're not opting to go up to the high grounds. The full team is in the middle of the valley.
Oh, yeah. This is to kind of give themselves that wriggle space, that area. But at the end of the day, right, when you think about positioning in this game, high ground will, especially this map, high ground will always be king. Even though, I mean, there is situation where it won't be king, especially as the circle we saw earlier in Erangel, where Team Sin was not able to kind of rotate downwards. That was a problem. But if you have a nice little terrain to work with, I think that's already pretty much a requirement, and that's exactly what I was talking about, SWT! Finds one, gets the knock, and we can immediately see everyone just going straight into action as Kaya pushing up. Does tag some members of APG, does not get the knock here. And we immediately see that shift from APG to the other side. And this terrain, or this circle rather, gonna pull into the middle. SP is gonna be like happy. No need to rotate, just hold on to this area. It's perfect.
Yeah, and this is where they also cover 50% of the map coverage as well, where if they go looking into the southern side, APG will be scouted out as well, and APG has to deal with KE that's also moving in from the southern plains. So for the time being, it is going to be very difficult situations for all the 10 teams that are still in battle to either make a move. As for Burmese goals, only one player left remaining. MH is going to be drawing attention, being smack dab in the middle. So I don't really fancy his chances right now. As for Sin, we see Holy Land Ju being absolutely quiet. Now the only member left alive for the team as well. A lot of singular targets on their backs. And then you have, squads of 3, squads of 4. That it still has some really high advantages of securing that chicken dinner. I'm still looking at the rest of YG. Eventually, they may have to make a move. KE, however, they've already moved up the hill and now challenges the rest of Angkor PUBG in the battle.
KE coming up this terrain here, they want to challenge APG on the bottom side. And this is a really good positioning because it allows them a lot of, I would say, bird's eye view onto APG. But those smokes are not helping them. It's not giving them anything. And GameLad eliminated 10th place here. But Ozja, last 2 members left alive. I'm really still liking the fact that 2 in the pockets of each. And they've been doing pretty phenomenal, getting those picks, playing aggressive together. They have some good teamwork coming through here. Sorry, 3 members still left alive. And for FV, the team with last 2. They have a nice compound going through. The kid is the one to open up, finds Kaya. Immediately gonna go prone. And Tiav is, I'm really liking how he's playing with the lower side of the terrain here. Going in for that flank, wants to go for that backstab. I have to be careful. His teammate's making so much noise, damage coming into Kaya. He doesn't get attacked, does not get a pick off is the problem here. Has to be careful. The top finds the kid. Not too sure where that happened. There we go. That's a very long range shot. What?
What a great swing coming in from the rest of APG as well. Power saving the day for his teammates, and they still remain to be 4 members strong. And I think like for KE stance where they pushed up the hill, they don't really have their vital information other than what's in between that valley. So it was so disadvantaged for them to really take that fight where it was easily wrapped around by majority of the members of Angkor PUBG. Now 7 points up ahead. PBE is the only one that doesn't really find a mark at the time being that they do make it into the top 8. Asia now spotted out by the rest of YG as they propel forward. But eventually, YG gotta look for some vehicles if in the case they need to make a fast rotation, because this next upcoming circle might actually hard shift. But if it does go onto their side, they will be able to get the best of advantages. Asia just holding on, waiting for other teams to make a move, whereas Ranger is just sitting out. He's probably spotting out a couple of players moving about, but nothing much can be done for the side of Flash Vision just yet. I see a Groza in the hands of SP, and these two teams that's been playing in Ruins have stand tall through the test of time, making it into the top 8, which is super respectable, especially going from so far away of Ruins.
This is a right now. They have all the positionings. They have a really nice win condition coming. TF, despite the low ground, doesn't care. It's just gonna be kind of dictating the, I would say, the pacing here, not allowing YG into the circle. Now YG, they need to take this fight. But in front of them, look at how many teams there are. They can either go for a long rotation on the other side of the terrain, or they want to take this fight. But in this situation, I think for this wildcard in general, we really haven't been seeing teams that really want to go for long rotations. They still want to opt in and take this challenge, take this fight, because in the end of the day, it's still those picks they want to go for. It's still those eliminations they want to go for. Asha, with a number of players still very much up here, 18 points, 4 in the pocket. I think they're feeling really good right now, but I'm really liking the fact that they're able to cut the noise for a little while. Don't have to go too aggressive here. As you can see, YG playing the desperation games. They're just gonna run through. They're leaving their teammate alive, behind, because to get the revive is gonna be a little bit more problem. It's gonna be so hard to rotate eventually as people push in. And as time goes, they're gonna end up wasting resources as well.
Yeah, this is
unlucky for them.
This is the problem for YG, where when it hardships exactly this situation will arise, and the moment that they were to rotate, they slowly run into the majority of all these other players. But unlucky for MH, they met their demise with every other teams locking their crosshairs upon them, where APG on top of the hill will have to challenge against Momboy, now marching forward ahead. But this is so difficult for PBE to actually find something in return, and he's the only one left standing in the way. Flash Vision on to 6, and somehow PBE still remains in the top 5. SPE, they are going to be charging forward, and they still have that circle's advantage.
APG is just doing so well, playing so good on the side of this terrain. The kid
Momboy
thought he would be able to out-duel him, but it's not gonna be the problem here. But Monboy does go down eventually. APG gonna get at least a trade, and this is a great situation. Gonna get the revive, no worries. But as we come into the last 3, the speed of this game has been phenomenal as we hit stage 8. APG still very healthy with 4 players. YG and SP 2 and 3 players each. For SP, their biggest problem here is gonna be taking out the members of APG. And for the other member, YG, just a little bit on the low ground here. Gonna go for the reposition. Panda and Bearby just spraying out those shots onto them. They can't move anywhere.
Exactly so, and currently we're looking at the strongest side that APG is showing. 11 frags on the board, looking for Sano as well. That will make it 12, and that will be the end of Yangon Galacticos. They got 8 in spite of that fashion that were stuck into the middle of the valley. They farm all the numbers through the top of the hills, but when they got down, there's just no advantage given towards the side of the team. Now, SP has already been spotted out. But look at how much surprises this team that wasn't really showing much back in week 1. They have been getting consistent effort and now make their way into the top 2.
Look at this, how they are separated from each other. A nice little terrain area with a nice crossfire coming through. They are taking advantage of this entire little area. They're just going to reposition themselves. Shout playing on the terrain on the side. And what they're trying to do here from Shout, as well as teammate rather, the kid, TF, is that they're trying to push up forward, play this little corner on the right side, try and get information for that little, I would say that little compound that SP has in their favor. The question now is, because SP is isolated in that compound, if the circle were to push inside, they are on the low ground. They are going to be in trouble. And if they were to shoot out, they cannot see where exactly APG is going to be. And this is going to be their biggest problem. How are they going to overcome this?
Yeah, and especially now moving into stage 9, this will just close directly into the center. And APG actually has the advantage because they've been holding on the outskirts of the terrain. Meaning to say, the rest of SP will have to leave their compound, and they won't be covered by all these walls. So if they have smokes, they have to set it up right here, right now. Dabe trying to see if they can basically find something on the outskirts, as he's the only one repping by the corners of the wall. Now, Anchor PUBG inching closer and closer. Should be able to actually get a little bit more of that vision. Spots out Panda. Panda first one to be down. And now only 2 members left on the side of SP.
All the sprays come through, beautifully done from APG. Nice crossfires coming out as well as Taev and his teammate are pushing out from both different sides. The nade is getting cooked there by Taev. Gonna throw it straight inside of the compound. Molly as well to flush them out. They are in trouble. They are trapped like rats inside of there. How are you gonna get that revive when your teammates are stuck? It's gonna be APG with a great showing in this 4th match of the day. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And I have to say that even without Zero, this team looks so very good.
And this is the reason why they've been able to make shifts and turn up the gears all the way to the maximum, and now celebrating their first victory of Week 2. Anchor PUBG Esports have been able to reap all the rewards, and despite all the scrutiny that we've been giving them on those early game attempts that wasn't working out for them, despite all the trials that they had back in Week 1, this is where they start off a clean slate, and they will be looking at possibly the highest record for today, the biggest amount of elimination secured in the form of having these battles happening in Myanmar, and Atif was the main man on the mark, breaching that 10k ratio of damage.
Man, I love how he is so proactive, taking up that space. And he was actually going in from the rotations from the other side while his teammate was doing it from the other side. It's a nice little, I would say, a nice little combo coming through here with 2 players playing on the high ground, looking after the, I would say, long range, and the other 2 coming in closer and closer. But this, and that information has given them so much value because it allows them to spray through an area and doesn't allow a reposition from the teammates. Regardless, the teams to look out for APG, SP, and YG. Phenomenal showing today from all of them. And this sudden come-ups from APG is looking very good because it shows us what we saw from them last season is still very much there today. But if you remember, according to history records, wow, so dramatic. But anyways, coming back, APG has always had this, I would say, this momentum of maybe coming up online on Week 2, Week 3. This one seems to be a little bit faster. Now, as we look at this game, one of the biggest problems for most of these teams was getting on that rotation because it's such a southern pulling circle.
Yeah, and on top of that, you saw how many battles were happening inside of Los Angeles, and the moment that they shifted out, majority of all these teams coming from the North Point as well as the Southern Point has already been able to breach into these hills, and therefore you see teams like YG as well as SP covering a lot of areas of play. But now, with APG securing the highest elimination points possible, it is 24 points now in their pocket, and they should be charging all the way into the first page. Of course, kudos to SP as well as YG, 13 points apiece. And then you have Sin with another good solid record, 7 points for themselves. And we're looking at Flash Vision, PBE, and Asha making great efforts to secure themselves 5 points.
I think that this is actually one of the most exciting matches today. Different momentum, but yet very patient coming in from all these teams. We saw cut of sound that I've really wanted to see for a while now. We saw, I would say, better teamwork from teams across the board. And we are going to be seeing a shift in the ladder as we see WPM and Sin still maintaining where they were usually. But APG is going to climb up all the way to 3rd place. And I think today has been such a great day for them. 28 points, 1 chicken dinner with 18 eliminations, really showing that they do have an aggressive side to them. Because prior to this, I thought that all they went for was positioning, but this is a whole different sort of way of how they're approaching this.
It's kind of crazy because that chicken dinner is that 10 point of ranking points, right? Like before that, they were a little bit so early on, and then within that span of the round, they just moved from that single digit all the way into the top 3, meaning to say, in this final round that we're going to get ourselves into, any of these teams on the second page could also opt to do so. Enigma, they had some really good rounds back in Erangel, but moving into these desert dunes, it doesn't seem like things are having the best cruise possible for the said team. Flash Vision made the best out of the worst when they had only 2 members left, and you still have SKR to be the biggest a surprise to us in terms of having the least amount of points to be secured by the end of all these couple of rounds, and it really shows that all the teams are really stepping up.
Honestly, I'm surprised at the bottom side of the ladder this week. It's a very different situation. FODSKR. If we remember, them last week has always been a little bit more, I would say, in the center side. But let's see how it's going to be, because today has not been the best of circles. Regardless, what's going on now, Contra?
Well, let's take a little bit of a short break, and then we'll head to our final map of Myanmar to see who gets the last piece of chicken dinner. Welcome back once again to the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. We're already down to our final game of day 1 of week 2. And Taj, that was an exhilarating battle that we've witnessed inside Myanmar, and we still have one more to go in the Desert Dunes.
Oh man, that match just now showed a different way of playing, a different confidence coming in from all the teams. APG may have come out on top, but I have to say this shift in different players, different styles of plays, and different aggression is catching me off guard, because I thought from week 1 we had already had a certain storyline written out, but it's not the issue at all.
That's right, and of course we'll get to the stories in a bit, as we do have more to tell you what you could basically get in the PUBG mobile client. If you look at the store, you can basically get the Neo Assassin's Power set that's currently available now for new Power 4 series. So other than the Power 4 series, of course, you could basically speed through the night and just have basically look absolutely cool with bright color display, and you can basically just flex on everybody with all these shiny, glimmery awesomeness. So, of course, Tash, what else do we have in store for all of these guys?
Of course, we have our Silver Guru set, and this is one of the rare skins. Ultimate skin in particular. It's beautiful, it's white, it's shiny, it has particles, you look like a boss. There's nothing that is more impressive than just how does contrastate styling on people. Imagine being able to emote over people's dead bodies with this skin. Not only do you look cool, you also dunk on people too.
That's right, and if you want even more, you could actually reap as many rewards as you can get by signing up for the brand new Royal Pass 20 right now. Or you've got like skins for your buggy, and of course upgrades for your parachute. DPS skin, I think that definitely is a flex, because we don't have that many DPS skins in the game as of yet, so you definitely do want to get your hands on this one. So I'm definitely looking forward to any of these players that's hoping to basically flex some of all these skins available once we get into the match.
Yeah, it's a really nice set, honestly. And this situation, speaking of sets here, Bruce Lee x PUBG Mobile. One of the cooler skins. If you haven't seen the cinematic, please do, because it honestly really shows a different layer to owning these skins when you know the story behind it, the lore behind it. And honestly, I really want the Fro. I want the Fro guy's outfit, because he's cool, he looks nice, and he styles on people all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen him in many of all these appearances, but what I really want to get my hands on for quite a while is the Sake Card 98K skin. And this is where they offer the Terror Fang. That is a limited favorite currently on sale. So, of course, you want to get your hands on this just for you to one-tap everybody out there. So, for all these exclusive news, as well as the latest updates to the game, as well as esports, follow us on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and, of course, all the other platforms that's currently available throughout all of Southeast Asia, whether from Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Singapore, or Malaysia, and of course not forgetting the Philippines.
This is where you're gonna get all your information and updates for the game. But let's look at one more thing, and right now let's have a look at the next match, which is match number 5, the last one of the night. A, B, D, and E. No Group C means no WPM, Sin, G-Lab, and BG, which I feel for WPM, Sin, and BG, they've been just dunking on everyone today. This is a good stop, and it allows everyone a little bit to breathe a little bit sigh of relief, because they can catch up in terms of points. Yeah,
overall, like, I just love that even despite all these sort of changes in terms of groups, they've been able to just keep amping up the pacing of the battle. So perhaps now, without this Group C in particular, there is a little bit of less of a pressure of getting being stabbed by one of these teams. Now, of course, West Point Mamba in particular, they had a little bit of a bummer of start, and I guess they've already secured just about enough points that they could by the day.
They have a pretty big lead, yeah, above the rest, and I feel like they are gonna go to bed pretty happy here. Let's see how it's gonna go, because my predictions right now is gonna be Austria, GE, and FCON. But for today, I think that all of these teams have been doing pretty well. GE, though, has had their momentum kind of halted today, and I'm kind of hoping that before they end the night, they can change that up.
Exactly, and I'm also looking at Falcon because, like, we see Holy Line due to be so proactive in so many of all these battles, and now YG is also stepping up, where the only problem for YG in the past map in South Myanmar is that they didn't really have the advantage of the circle, right? As for SKR, I haven't seen so much of them for today, and I'm just hoping that they get a little bit more of that points and just bounce back up so that they can reset for tomorrow.
Yeah, when you come back for SKR, they really want to come out on top. I think this is not the best showing for them, considering the fact that last week was honestly a pretty decent week for them. As well as YG, actually. YG, I think that for today they really tried, but they haven't really had the best in terms of their positioning, in terms of the circle. So maybe they want to end up the night well. But we can tell, like, all of these teams that we have predicted here are very, very hungry. We've seen the aggression come through, how they work together, how they play. And there hasn't really been a team that's really missing on my radar except for Axis, because we have not seen, I would say, the improvement coming from them this week just yet. So maybe this might be their redemption match, who knows? Because sometimes I always say that for games like PUBG Mobile, there will always be this one team with a nothing to lose mindset, and suddenly they just catch everyone off guard and you're just so terrified of them.
Yeah, like, this is where, you know, like, it's always a huge element of surprise. And you know, me casting for ample amount of years, and I'm still looking at some of these plays to be pretty
showing,
much
bro.
Impossible. Yeah, don't call me out just yet, because like I'm still in my 20s, you know.
I
like,
thought you were gonna do a grandpa voice, but you know, a bit disappointed, but it's okay.
Yeah, I don't think like I'm gonna triple my age so soon. But just look at how things are going so far, right? Like today, it's been a great day for the Philippines. West Point Mamba, Sin, they are the biggest performers of the block, and then you start to see, you know, sudden sparks of initiatives coming out of GE. They secured their chicken dinner, but usually after some of these chicken dinners, we see even drop-off moments. Same could be said about West Point Mamba, but at least they held on for 3 rounds in a row before they dropped off.
I think for the Filipino fans today, it's such a good day, because for last year when we were looking at PMPL MYSGPH, Philippines didn't really have the best of showings that year. We saw that, but it felt like they were very, very different in terms of how they play against Malaysia. But now, coming into this year, it's very different. It's a whole new way of thinking, of playing. And I think for the Pinoy fans, they're probably yelling Pinoy pride right now, because it feels like for every single game they've touched, they're very, very talented. They're so passionate. And I think that this is like, honestly, the best kind of outcome from how much they have shown in terms of the PUBG Mobile scene. And every year, the scene grows bigger. And it feels like as the scene grows bigger, the games get better for them.
Yeah, and I'm just glad that, you know, now you can have so many more teams to be put into the spotlight. Back in the days, we remember, you know, the wildcard region to only field 1 team per region itself. And I just felt like, you know, there's got to be a lot more, right? Or if it's not 1 team, maybe it's a maximum of 3 teams. And finally, this is the amount of opportunities as well as possibilities that can create an ecosystem for everybody across Southeast Asia in total. You know, some of the other regions that's not part of wildcards have had that form of head start. I think it's just perfect time to see wildcard really show what they've got. So with that said, you know, all these new guards are looking to just take out the ones with the crown for the past couple of seasons, and we're ready to see who's going to be able to steal the show by the end of the week itself to witness the top 16 in their prime form.
This is gonna be, I think, as we end the night, I really like to see the last matches, because it's always very unexpected. It's always very, either they're doing so well tonight and they end up accidentally throwing because of overheat, or we see a situation where some teams play out of their minds and you're just like, where did this performance come from? This was not shown earlier today. As we go into Myanmar, keep your eyes on the map, because this is the last match of the night. PUBG Mobile, let's go.
The final match of day 1, and we're already seeing so many change of storylines as compared to our very first week itself. Anchor PUBG bounced back strong, securing that previous map of Myanmar. They should be still on the block to challenge once again. No streaks, however, for any teams in particular, is it has been rather arduous of a task for them to really go in for those smooth rotations, where all these 4 maps really plays them on really difficult terrains. And I suspect this to be another difficult battle for the 16 teams that are involved. Group C, with West Point Mamba, Sin, Game Lab, as well as Burpee's Goals not playing this time around. A lot of the top performers are sitting out.
And as we come through here, I would say that this is not the best. I mean, for today, it's been a very, very unideal flight paths and circles. Let's just hope at least, since this flight path is good toward the bottom side of the map, let's hope that the flight, at least the circle, is gonna be a centralized circle. But I don't want to jinx it just yet once again. But it would be fun to have a prison circle. I don't know why, but every time I say it, it's a prison circle, it's gonna be a normal circle. So let's hope that happens.
Well, perhaps that has always been locked away because it's gonna be pretty much center stage across Hacienda, Water Treatment, Minas Generalis, anything but prison. Sadly.
Sad. Oh man, okay, Vipers and Oxes. We have to talk about them. Vipers showed a spark earlier today that I did not see last week, and it got me so excited. It was the same spark we saw in the middle of last week. But the spark just disappeared after that, and I want to see them actually pop off on the last game of the night, if possible. Didn't really pick them as a copium pick just yet, but I still think that they're still figuring it out. You know, some teams take a few. In my how long have I been casting Contra? 1 year, 2 year? I can't remember. I'm still a baby caster.
Yeah,
Close to 2. Yeah, I'm still a baby caster. But you know, from what I've seen before. Oh no, I'm gonna pause that because if Koopa gets this from the sky right now, I will laugh. I will seriously laugh. And I would feel so sad for Chenlone, rather. Not happening. Okay, never mind. Coming back to my point here is that some teams take a few weeks to warm up. Some teams take close to 3 weeks. And then suddenly, I don't know why. Did you notice that from last year? Was it the year before that, FaZe Clan from Thailand had that problem, right? We didn't see them really pop off. And suddenly, week 3, they just started sweeping everyone and just held on the first place. And I was just like, what on earth happened there?
Yeah. And I guess, for the record of what Viper has shown in the first week, day 1, they didn't really have, a pop-off per se. And then through the week itself, that's where they start to regain a little bit more of that tempo and then start to show off their fangs inside of Myanmar. And that's where we start to see them really winning some games back. I guess, this is going to be the same thing, especially them coming back after 2 days of holiday. Goblin, though. Falcon now reacting really well as the rest of Enigma, who was poking and prodding, are the ones that actually gets their vendetta turned around.
Oh man, you know the idea that for Chenlone, right? He probably was scared of his mind just now when they were prodding at him, but thankfully did not hit. And them getting one is sweet, sweet revenge and say that do not attack me from the sky. That is so unfair. And I will show you what it's like to actually land a shot. You don't mess with me right now. But anyways, still very early. Luki is losing one, not the end of the world. Enigma has been able to do more, but Koopa left all alone here as the other of his 2 teammates have left. Now, can Koopa by time? Koopa maybe get 1v2 and win it, perhaps? That would be insane.
Yeah, hoping to actually see some clutches. We haven't seen too many other than that 1 versus 1 that we had back in Erangel. And that was absolutely fun to witness. But for now, teams inside Myanmar tend to play long-distance game. Aren't psyched, though, on this UMP. I don't think you could do anything with that UMP from that distance. It's only good for short to mid-range. Oh, if you do have a red dot or something, maybe you could basically have a little bit more. The rest of Falcon now storms in. Koopa, like you said, can he pull this off? And now, the Circling Eagles, or shall I say Falcon, have arrived with a Golden Mirado. Golden wheels to flex upon him. And, man, you can't really praise him on his driving. Already gotta patch the paints up.
Does he know he's there? Oh, he's gonna spot him out. No, not quite. Didn't see him. Very sneaky from Koopa. How many rounds have we done here? Just driving right around. Finally spots him out. Finds Koopa. Koopa eats the damage. I think it's gonna be immediately lobby. Unfortunate situation here, as Enigma will be punished for their over-aggression early. And this is one of those situations where you want to go aggressive early, but if you want to go aggressive early, you have to reposition fast. You don't let the enemy know where you are, manage to get the loot, and allow them to just overwhelm you. That what happened to Enigma. And I feel like for them not respecting them enough to reposition cost us.
Yeah, a little bit of a minor mistake coming from their end as well. Very unlikely out of Enigma. And it's been 2 rounds of Myanmar that they haven't really gotten those party in terms of positioning, and their pursuit definitely did not lead to any form of happiness, if that's ever the case.
Yeah.
So Falcon definitely preyed on them and fought back much harder than they did, especially when it comes down to teams that are scattered in this wide playing field, not inside of the city. Sometimes resources are scarce, and
Yeah.
there's no point of committing if you don't have enough of these gears available. And that's why, like, stage 1, it does take a while for other teams to commit. Now we only see
Sometimes
2
we
lost.
Yeah, I was trying to say, like, sometimes we see teams actually have this gentleman agreement. Early game, they are gonna drop in the same area, but they don't kill each other. That's how we see one team either kind of gamble it. How long we're gonna stay here before this gentlemanly truce is gonna get broken. So some of them actually just loot, immediately go away. Don't even try to challenge because they want to make sure they can survive early. But some teams that are a little bit more brazen, like say Enigma or even Falcon, yeah, they'll take that fight. And because Enigma was, I think they were kind of banking on the idea that they could overwhelm Falcon in this situation. They were kind of like underestimating the fact that this team was able to do it really, really fast, and they were just happened to have the better guns eventually.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Perhaps you could call it the 30-second rule, right? Like, okay, nobody
30-second rule.
instead
Okay,
of like
that's actually good.
picking
That's
something
actually smart.
up from the ground
Can we
within
make that
30
a
seconds.
thing? From now on, like from every single tournament, we're gonna have a 30-second rule since drop. Are you gonna stay or are you gonna go? Make that decision fast. Within 30 seconds.
I'm not part of the crew to decide whether or not can I
No,
alter
I'm
the game.
stealing that. I'm stealing that. I'm like, where did you get that, Tash? Credits to Contra on the 22nd of February 2023.
I don't think I can claim any copyrights to that anyways. So, yeah, great idea. I mean, sometimes we do see a truce going on where teams just don't fight at all. Like, they know there's no point in doing so because at the moment that you commit to somebody's battle, and speaking of which,
They're chasing.
okay, he is on the wheels, thankfully. We'll be able to run him over. Axis fight 3 points so far. I think, like, currently seeing SKR doing even worse with 2 points is just a little bit
Behind.
worrying, right? Like,
It's worrying for them because they've played what, 4 matches tonight. This is their 5th match, right? No, they've played 3. This is their 4th match. And when you end up with points less than the amount of matches you played, that's a question mark in my opinion. I know it sounds very harsh, but like, you gotta catch up at some point, right?
Exactly. Of course, we saw the minimap, and it does have the circle hovering across Hacienda de Patron, Power Grid, as well as, Picado, where we have Amira being taken out, and Nasty's gonna be next on the block. Vipers really showing up strong. Spoogle retaliated, and it was a little bit of chase going on earlier, and now Spoogle has the day being dropped right in. DJ tries to go in for recovery alongside with Speed, and Spade be able to pincer out Chi-Chi, and Axis Fighter went away too soon yet again.
Oh man. Oxys, always too soon. They're not able to really understand how important it is to rotate together, play together. Feels like they're just a little bit on a disconnect, but they are very, very new. So all I can say, I think that this is something I would say to a lot of the newer teams, is to keep competing and learn as you. And I have to say that teams that are the best right now have probably done millions of mistakes. And I think for Axis Fighter, as they learn more mistakes, they'll be able to come out on top. But in this situation, if this keeps on, I'm very worried whether or not they'll be able to make it up on the top 16.
Yeah, and now it's really a little bit of tug of war going on for some of all these teams' position. Of course, later we'll check on those bonus point records as well to see, who really has to catch up. And I do believe that Axis Fighter is currently sitting on that 19th spot. They only have 2 points last week, whereas Phantom Reapers only got 1. And Burmese Goals, this is such a significant improvement heading to this week itself, because they started off week 1 without getting much in return, and Burmese Goals only walk away with 3 points of bonus. And now looking like they can actually gun for the top 3.
man, speed is not speed. Does go down to the play zone. Thankfully does not give the point to the enemy team here, but for Rain, man's just fighting for his life. On prone, just dancing around all of those bullets. Spoogle trying to go to his rescue here for the reposition, but this blue zone is not doing him any favors. Takes some damage from that little bit of an accident, I feel. But if you see where FV are, it is in a situation where they want to pick up these kills if possible. For Spoogle, he's so very low, but Ranger does get Rain eventually. But with both teams in the blue zone, what are they doing all the way out here so late as well? Is it the rotation route that is the problem here? Or is it because that both of them are for FV? Are their problems here being the fact that they just want to play as aggressively as possible and catch so many people off guard as they run through? I mean, it's worked out for them.
Yeah, like, things are looking to be pretty tight-knit when it comes down to the outskirts itself, which I'm really surprised that these teams are currently positioned that far away. But understanding that the central zone from Picado hitting into Hacienda, as well as Power Grid, and not forgetting, of course, some of all these areas of Minas, it doesn't really give them that much leverage, especially now the cutoff point is St. Martin. So Enigma, Falcon, they gotta find ways to squeeze through where you already have Asia, Astroax pinning out anybody by that corner of the map. Now, H2O, they arrived to the scene and now they have to commit to his battle where FOD is also tagging him from afar.
For FOD, this might be the redemption. With 5 points, I think they want to end the night with at least a chicken dinner or at least a double-digit score, just to kind of boost them up on top. Score disparity between every team has been quite huge here if you look at it. It's between, we saw what, the highest one was like 50-something, and then it was 20 plus, almost 30. But coming back here to the game, KE top this time will be the one to open up the game here, or at least the kills. It's H2O, look at how low their HPs are. They want to find a way to take this fight, but FVE has not moved just yet, and they are aware that PBE is close by. I think they hear the vehicle coming through, but YG in trouble. We saw that knock coming out.
Yeah, a little bit of a iffy situation for many of all these players out there. Sando now being picked off, and GE just tagging out the rest of Romeo as they do have low health bars to work with. Smile over the top of the hill, gets that leverage, and they will pin one out. GE with big wraparound, and YG, as much as they got quite the rounds for today, they're slowly sliding out of the game.
Yeah, but GE now in trouble. Master's Eye eating a lot of damage. These shots are just very sharp coming through here. It's coming from the top of that terrain. Marnay, very strong with those shots. We actually saw him actually running someone over just now. I'm not sure if he actually managed to get a knock. I think so. But with YG, with Marnay just now already moving away, gets a knock. He's the final member left alive. But looking at where Vipers are, 15th place with 3 eliminations. Gives them 11 points to end the night. For Vipers, I think that this is a pretty good showing this week compared to last week. Marnay now in trouble. That high terrain with Zen. Zen. Well played.
Great
nice
shot.
use of the train.
Amazing line of sight as he sprayed it throughout that buggy. But also for the fact that, you know, YG was driving upon them at the same time. There was literally no angle to work with upon that hill. Look at that. If YG cuts across, every other team is surrounded the area. There's no way that he will basically survive. Whereas for TX, this looks like this could be their game to play off from. And SP, this week itself, moving into the top 3 position, and they were at the bottom fact last week itself, it's such a significant jump, and they've been able to predict the circle perfectly. I really wonder how did they do it.
APG, great, I would say great showing today. Very late, but it's there. It really shows us that slow and steady can definitely win the race. It's just taking your time to really perfect the secret sauce, or rather the gravy that accompanies the chicken. Wow, I think I'm just showing them not having dinner at this point. But anyways, coming back to the game here for APG. They're still taking that slow and steady pace here. I think what they're trying to do is get that right positioning coming through, and they don't have to go too aggressive. Just waiting for the right time and waiting for the kills to come to them has been working out in their favor, especially as we've seen them play from last year. Now, as they're playing against 2 teams here, FOD and H2O, the problem now is for H2O is that they have to fight FOD. if they want to get through. That smoke's going to give them a little bit of a wormhole to just cross through. Fredall's taking so much damage. Not enough to knock him out of the game. A reposition to come through as APG keeping very quiet. Not even showing that they are around. I'm not sure if FOD is aware that APG is occupying this building, because if you can see where Shroud is looking, it's a great little angle that he can play and run for those headshots if he does have the right gun. Imagine getting those headshots perfectly, knocking everyone one by one. That's painful.
Yeah, that definitely will be very, very painful indeed. Now, every other team, of course, playing for these seals, getting so much of that point of work rate putting out just to get rewards, and Asya has already scored 3 in return. Also, just to refresh ourselves into how the rest of SP has gotten into the league itself. Of course, it was due to Team Power being disqualified as well. So this is indeed their very first week performing here in the PMPL SEA Wildcard, and starting from the back itself to start to gain points, and they are actually really showing up. I think there's a really solid chance that SP, despite only playing 1 week in particular, they can get through.
I think for FVE as well, like Ranger. I think Ranger has been really great today. He likes to play the aggressive, very close angles, but let's put pause because Chan Lone. Speaking of Lone, he is all alone in the front line, taking up a lot of damage as well. But before we move away, Power already knocked out there by SKR, but we already saw that H2O is taking the compound right beside FOD. I'm not sure if FOD knows that they had rotated, but this quiet situation is coming through here. John takes the damage here. The nade as well does not clip anyone. Nang is also very low. Repositions, has to give up that space to get that reset. But H2O still trying to figure out whether or not it's safe for them to push out. And I think they are thinking about it. Here comes the double swing by Mal and Labo. No one outside. Gonna reposition inside. And I'm not sure how exactly they're planning on approaching this. If they run forward too aggressively, they might get shot out one by one. But they need to play together to get that double swings.
Yeah, up close and personal inside Picado, there's just so much action going on. Whereas Astro X from the top side of the kill finds Chan Lone of Falcon. H2O trying to hold the rest of FOD back. We see a lot of grenades now being popped out. Nang as well as John looking for an angle. John, the top frag of the past week. They really have to reposition. Instead, they opt to bail out of the city because the circle is already closing out. That will leave H2O all alone without much to work with, and they gotta find ways to sprint up ahead. Whereas APG, they're already settled to dust. They want to run away from the crosshair of SKR, but they're not leaving them any form of leeway to get their way across.
Here's the kid. Repositions to the side. APG looking very clean right now, slowly moving and making their way through this terrain. It's looking great. Their cars have a lot of, I would say, tankiness to it. Gives them a lot of movement before the car explodes, but look at who's stuck at the side of this terrain here. They are in a position where they're gonna get blown apart. TX has been using the terrain to really abuse so many teams, and being stuck there, not being able to rotate is gonna be the problem as FOD. Look at the damage from Zen. He has been just #1 in terms of just getting that damage in, getting those shots in as well. Sonic with the reset coming through. He did get tagged, but not enough to take him out of the way. But look at how much damage Zen alone has done to FOD.
So much. And I believe that this is going to really puncture off their hopes, even though despite FOD really remaining calm and collected for the most part. Now Shroud does find H2O members, and Astro X continues to pry onto Falcon. The rest of H2O didn't really have those resources to rotate. They did find those early 2 picks. And Raul finally shows up. He's also inching closer to the rest of H2O, knocking one member down. SKR takes one out inside of APG. Fast vision coming from so far of an angle to try to lock out the rest of Anchor PUBG as well. And the battles are happening everywhere across the map. Only 10 teams remain. And Raul now being spotted out. John actually shooting the shot straight to the head. But that is quite the long range, so he won't be able to take out FV just yet.
Oh man, Zen is doing a lot of work today. He's gonna getting so many knocks, but not sure if getting those kills is the question. Nang playing the dangerous game, getting that revive, and we saw him get tagged. He did not move a single inch. He's just trusting that smoke to hide him out of the way. And Roll alone, Ranger and Astro playing together, and Ranger takes a lot of work, a lot of damage. Plays a little bit of a ring around the rosy. Shots come out. I don't know if he's aware that his teammate is close by there. Astro and him, really hard to play inside of the smoke. No one down yet. Ranzer finally gets him in the end. That's the end of his team. Ozja looking great. Slowly but steadily getting those kills. 5 eliminations already as they slowly make their way through this terrain. And honestly, I think this is a very difficult circle because you have to kind of fight for that for the top side of the circle.
Yeah, and overall, I'm also really surprised that Falcon has lasted that long under fire, at least like a good 2 to 3 minutes, just going for constant battles. And yeah, at least going on 11, I would still consider that to be a decent finish with a couple of picks going on. John now popping up a little bit more on the kill feed, as they will be able to pry open one more point per side of FOD, doing a little bit better than before, and they do have that clip of the circle just by the edge of it, so they could just zone off the rest of Anchor PUBG, and they see SP right over on the section of the compounds, and wow! What on earth?
Oh.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. Where did that come from? No problem to get that revive, but Zen, of course.
Oh my word!
This man is unstoppable. Look at his scope. That's crazy.
It's just Matt stuff coming out of Zen, and this lad is just proving a point that he is one of the sharpest shooters out there. FOD now having Joseph to go for a couple of exchange. Jigsaw now finds Moxie, one member down from the side of Flash Vision. DZ spots out the rotation coming out from the rest of PBE. Moving right behind the rock. I wouldn't really say that's reliable cover. And speaking of which, Ramon, he's just getting tags after tags, and then thankfully he's already out of the wheels.
Fortunate. Look at this little unspoken gentleman's agreement.
Everybody's hiding behind rocks like the crabs.
Yeah, it's like a little cake with layers, right? And everyone has a little layer to themselves, playing close so no one gets tagged up from the top side. There, SP onto FBE. We noticed that FBE was actually stuck in a very, very, I would say, complicated area. It's so hard to rotate when there's so many eyes on the top side of the terrain. Now, APG, even though they don't have the highest point of the terrain, what they're doing is just playing the terrain, using it to their advantage, playing it very, very sneaky. And they have a sort of, I would say, recipe going on, a 1-2 kind of punch going through. One person goes up the sprays, the other one goes back here. Shroud takes out the damage. Joseph has to reload, but he does go down eventually. That's going to be Shroud first out of the game. TF all alone. What are you going to do here? TF finds John. Did he get the kill onto him is the question, but nope, not going to be the thing, because that was really, really fast. We're just talking about how well they're playing the terrain, and suddenly everything just fell apart.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Once again, the circles today is just putting them to the test, where now it's all about the battle of who's the king of the hill. Asya now taking a lot of coverage, still shooting back on the side of PBE. Rama has been the main center of attention for this team, whereas Nanax, they find one member out of the side of SP, and Ranger gets blown out of his vehicle as they try to move upwards. Raul, 1 HP left. Flash Vision absolutely deterred, and they will be in 8th position.
So unfortunate for FVE. It feels like the rotations and positionings were just not on their side. They weren't the fastest to get into the location. So rotating inside has been such a hassle for them. But look at that, the opening by Joseph from SKR is going to give them a lot of space. They can just slowly make their way up. But the problem here is you don't know where the other teams are. You know, you hear the gunshots, but you have no clue where exactly they are. Because that terrain is so rough, right? And I'm really kind of hoping that the circle pulls away from the terrain just to make sure those on top there can no longer be king forever.
And it's also like 101 possibilities, because there's so many of all these new cranny and creases that they basically hide out from. So you always have to check every corner and leave no stone unturned. Well, in this instance, these stones can't even be turned. So it's really about playing a little bit of a hide and seek. And after that, let's see which mole appears out of the ground. And just look at...
Wait,
Asya, wait a minute. There's a team right underneath
right?
them. Yeah, GE.
Right,
how did they snuck in?
3 of them. Oh my god, if one nade were to even roll down to them, that would have been the beautifulest triple kill I have seen in my life. But here comes Skyning with the aggression pushing out. No way. They got away with that. They got away with that. I'm just waiting for that huge nade coming through here. But Astro, fearless man, look at him go, going fast. I don't mean to go high, but The speed is going, it's making me so excited.
Exactly, and look at every single team actually getting frags around this whole section of the map. Like, everybody has the potential. TX, as much as they were on that high hill initially, now they've only got depleted all down to 1. Astro still finding the number. Raimon getting knocked yet again, and close guard combat and receive the rest of 5 of danger, pushing out forward. John, double snap with the DPS will secure the rest of SP.
SP finally does go down, but 5 of danger is doing so well right now with 7 in the pockets. Just gonna kind of launch them all the way up to 7th place, I believe. But outside the play zone, Skynin's in trouble. Takes that damage, gets knocked down. I'm not sure if his teammates are actually thinking about going away here, but FOD, despite their good streak, he has to hurry up and get the revive. I think no problem to come through. And Astro, again, we just talked about how fearless this man is. Just walks forward, W key, pressed. Not W key, but forward key, rather, pressed. And SKR, still dominating. Great run for them as we end the day. What he was trying to do here was get the revive, but unintentionally getting those kills in the first place. I'll take it. Buy one, free one situation here. But as for GE, still haven't made a sound. Astro with the aggression, tags 2, but does go down. His teammate, rather, does get spotted out. And for Astro moving forward, it's going to be a problem. As PBE taking up so much damage, soaking up all those bullets.
Yeah, and we look at Astro X, this game having such a high level impact where he's dishing more than 300 damage already by now. This team of Asya is just relentless, showing out their strengths, and most often than not, heading into this final battle, you tend to see most of these players already getting picked off because there's really no room for 4. And
oh, that's a nasty angle!
Oh boy, Astro X.
That's a nasty
The moment I praise his name, he just gets more.
Yeah, it was a very, very narrow angle when you think about it. It was right as the smoke went down as well. Now, if you remember TX just now on the top side, they're no longer king of the hill because we saw GE quietly make their way up because TX was getting picked off one by one and they weren't able to take care of all the angles, finally getting overwhelmed. Because at the end of the day, we all know that TX was up there. Yes, they were king, but for how long can you hold on when everyone in the area knows you're there? Regardless, FOD is the one with the man advantage. 3 people still very much left alive, and I think that they really, really want to secure this. They don't have the most showing in terms of points right now, but quiet is the name of the game. But TX gonna go down, the king of the hill, finally eliminated, gives his team so much space with GE, Master Chi, and his teammate. Last 2 players left alive, spots out John. Unfortunately, the bullet drop not allowing them to shoot past that rock.
And it's only down to Astrowags. This player has been able to bring 6 points back to Asya Esports. We've seen so many miraculous work coming in from the team, and GE has got to make a leap of faith. There's no way out for them, and I believe that Astro has already been spotted out. 5 of danger has this miraculous comeback after suffering so many deficits through the past round. Now, Circle is absolutely in their favor. Now, final shift comes in. Circle will close directly into the center stage, and it only leaves solo room. It's really down to who lasts longer. Is it GE or Asya Esports?
We talk about the positioning here, and because GE is on the high ground, moving down is going to be a problem, regardless of whether or not there is a way down, because the terrain is slow moving downwards. 1, if they were to drop down, they're going to take damage. 2, it gives them it's all open in front of them as they come down here. And FOD can just pick them off one by one. They don't even need to peek, honestly. You can see one member of FOD had already moved up forward, and he can play close. As the other members of GE, they're eating out the damage. They have to move through right now. Master Ichi all alone. Needs out his teammate. Gonna get the revive, no problem. Nang cooking up their need. Can he get the one on top here? John goes down. Master Ichi doing so good right now. Gets one in the pocket. Despite the man advantage, he gets one more, but man advantage too much for him to handle. 5 of danger. Gonna get it. The winner chicken dinner in the end.
My goodness, he did not go down without a fight, and he really pressured on 5 of danger to make them work for their chicken dinner by the end of it all. But what a comeback coming out of FOD, despite not getting all those points in return, having a couple rounds going too soon, 0 points, and now more than 18 points have been accrued by the span of this final map of Myanmar. Kudos to them, and this is what we love about the game.
Oh man, FOD. We were just talking about how they were struggling in the first few matches. They were going aggressive, but it wasn't really rewarded in their favor. They got those knocks left, right, and center, but it was kills stolen all over the place, especially from WPM and Sin. Regardless, for them, they've still managed to get the chicken dinner. It's gonna launch them all the way to the top, gonna beat so many of the teams here. Because if you see, in terms of disparity between the second half of the ladder and the first half is huge. But let's talk about easy cuts here. Because even though he took a lot of damage, 812 damage thrown out by him, 30% team contribution. If you see how FOD was playing, everyone was pulling their weight. They had a nice 1-2 going around here, but most of the situation, FOD was playing a 3-man throughout the entire game because one of their members were picked up. They had to leave one behind because one was caught in mid-rotation, and they still managed to get the chicken dinner regardless.
That's right, and we definitely have seen Easy really hold all these angles. There was a battle between them as well as APG through the back, which they've been able to outlast them despite having those difficult terrains to cover out. And after that battle was settled, I believe that they opened up more of that space in order to take that lower ground control. And as everybody was battling for that high ground, eventually they will have to come back from where they came from. And that's where, you see, despite GE getting those frags, or should I say, GE was actually sneaking under the nose of Asia, right? And then that surprise ambush out of nowhere. Man, that was smart plays overall. And then PvE sneaks in 9999 meters. So that is a long time of travel, but they've made it out alive to the top 4. Kudos to them.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that match. Now, I would say that today has been a day, I mean, if we could name this day, it would be named this day of unconventional circles. Now, each team brought a different style of gameplay compared to last week. It felt like the teams have evolved, have learned. But the team that really surprised me all the way for just now was FOD, because it felt like they were not rewarded for their plays. They weren't really rewarded for how they played. But if you saw through the last match, there was a shift in their gameplay. Yes, they were just as aggressive, but it felt a little bit more safe. You saw that 20 smokes they used. They were using it from the beginning of the match, and how they did was they kind of used those smokes to make a little wormhole to move from one area to another. They were not aggressively taking out fights they can't take, but they were waiting to play together, not going in one by one. They had a nice little buddy system going on there with 10 points and 10 eliminations, 20 points to them, giving them a head start of 7 points above the rest. Now GE, they lost 2 players, I think, quite early, and they were left with only 2. And 3. And how did it work out in their favor? Because they were playing really sneaky on the other side of the terrain. Because while everyone was so fixated on I would believe it was the eastern side of the terrain, they came in from the west. They waited for everyone to make noise, be distracted before finally coming out on top. And what they did was they overwhelmed Sin and took the top side of the terrain. And I think that was their problem, because as the circle shifted toward the other side, despite the fact that they won the top side of the terrain, they eventually had to go down, and that will be FOD that had the circle advantage toward the end.
That's right, and that will conclude the final round. Now it's time for us to wrap out the Week 2 rankings of Day 1, where we saw a really dominant fashion of display coming out of West Point Mamba, as they will lead the way, putting Philippines on the top of the table with 56
16 points ahead.
Yeah, and
they didn't even play the last match, and no one managed to catch up.
Exactly, it was so scary, and GE just having those high frag volumes round after round, they eventually overtake even those that have chicken dinners. And seeing Esports, I think it was a little bit of a up and down type of performance, but they still managed to make the cut with 34, 32 for side of Anchor PUBG. Within the one span of that 4th round inside Myanmar, they've managed to climb. And then SP, look at them go. The newcomers into Week 2, directly moving into the 6th position. That is quite the showing from the Philippines.
I'm surprised about G-Lab. We saw a very strong G-Lab last week, but unfortunately today, despite 4 matches played, only managing to score 9 points alongside SKR. But Axis, 4 matches played, only managing 3. You can see a disparity come through here from the 17th to 18th place. And I think that YG today didn't really have a chance to really prove themselves. They've been really unlucky with those early fights in mid-rotations. And I think for TX, this is good because they managed to kind of figure out and pinpoint how to play that positioning game, and it's worked out in their favor. But let's have a summary here where FOD, throughout the entire, I would say it's an all-rounder team right now, elimination-wise, high, total damage, high, survival time, high, top 5 rate also high. We're starting to see that consistency come through. I always mentioned that they weren't able to really secure those kills, but at the end of the day, surviving for as long as you can is going to show up even better in terms of, I would say, getting those placement points at the very least. So at least the points, whether or not FOD manages to secure the points, they know that in their pockets is at least going to be those placement points.
Exactly, and you know, as much as we highlighted WPM so much, there's a very good reason why, right? Like today at 5 they just finally had that dip of performance, and sometimes they play around Mix, and today I believe they played a lot more around Michi as well as Federalis, and they managed to also catch up. Now, Federalis have some of the highest amount of elimination points as of the moment with 37, but when it comes down to damage numbers, nothing has toppled Mix even today with not as much of all these eliminations actually going to his hand, but he still managed to contribute so much to the team.
If you look at the kill feed, Meek is always one of the first one to get knocked down, and I don't blame him because he's playing so close, playing so aggressive, and it really works out in their favor as his teammates just clean up the house. Now let's talk about Astro. I feel like for Astro today is a great showing. He plays very similarly to Mix, not afraid to go aggressive, push up forward, and it's been working very well for Astra's favor because it kind of gives them a little bit more breathing room. As he takes up the space, his teammates is able to move forward as well, and able to provide him cover at the same time. So I think that for this week, Astra and WPM has really surprised me and made me very happy in terms of the momentum of the game. Now, I just realized one thing. For some reason, I only realized this today. So we're seeing a new score system where it's like 10 points for the placement points.
And then 6 points on the second place, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So it really shows why exactly it's more important to play aggressively and get those kills, and it also changes the momentum of the game, and teams that actually adapt fast into this new point system will be rewarded. And WPM, I think that for them, this is exactly how they wanted to play for a long time, and it really enables them to show their true nature of aggression.
Yeah, and of course the trifecta is to, of course, keep your teammates safe, get into the top 3, and then of course get those high frag volumes at the same time, and you'll be able to actually get into the best of scenarios. Now, of course, we do have a little bit of the highlights moving into our final, all the things that have happened for the day, and this should be the end of it all. So with that being said, me as well as Tash will be signing off, and tomorrow we'll leave you guys with Choo Choo as well as Circle, I do believe. So till then, of course, thank you very much and good night.